is everything else.
So there'll be a handout at the end of the presentation where we'll go in detail on what the changes. And that was I had a real quick look at it, and it was from a lot of the comments that were raised by council and ways to ease in the budget and defer some of the costs and find some other ways to save. So thank you very much for that. We'll look at that later. So thank you. So we'll reconvene the meeting and Ms. Sinclair and Mr. Nam, take it away.
Mr. Nam will take over right where you left off, which was development funding.
So we're on the same page. That's slide number 18.
Number 19.
18, 19?
Oh,
yeah.
19. So on this slide, we see the development funding from contribute asset from the developer. You can see overall we're pretty consistent in the last 4 years. We're getting roughly around the 30 million mark. You can see 2017 is a bit more. Majority of that is actually due to Mufford Overpass that came in, and also a bit from the Willoughby neighborhood. So that's why it's a bigger number in 2016. The chart here you see is the DCC receipts over the last 10 years. We're currently consistent in terms of the last 6 years being roughly in the area of 15 million to 20 million. In 2018 is a little bit less than 2017. This is still not the audited number yet, but for the majority, this should stay as shown here. On this slide, we're trying to show a snapshot of what our current existing external debt are in terms of debt that are funded by DCC, utility, transportation utility fund, stormwater, and also general tax fund.
Excuse me, just Councillor Davis here.
I'm a page off, but I guess it doesn't matter. But where did we go wrong? This is 21, and on mine it says 20.
There's actually a addition of a page that we'll talk about later on.
Okay. Yeah. I'm sorry. Hey, numbers thing, you know? Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. Yes, so in terms of the schedule, it's just the current existing debt. So it doesn't include any new debt. It's just all the existing that we have currently.
Push your button. Yeah, thanks. Councillor Richter.
I just want to make sure I'm understanding this. So the column that says debt from DCCs at 38.8, is that money that the DCC doesn't have? So we've borrowed against future DCC revenues?
That's correct. Yeah.
So we're in the hole in DCCs.
I think an example is the interchange at 216 Highway 1. So because Williams neighborhood plan will be developed, DCCs will fund those improvements. That's just one example. Maybe Mr. Backen can elaborate on that. But that's, I think, the decision that we made is to get those improvements with the expectation DCCs are coming through to repay that debt. Is that
effectively correct, Your Worship? The DCC funds have reserves. I think Sam has pointed some of those out. The DCC funds also have some long-term debt that's covered by borrowing. We take the position when we look at the long-term debt, we have some ratios we apply, and effectively we always make sure that the projected yearly DCC revenues from a very conservative point of view will always be sufficient to cover the debt. Then we have ongoing DCC programs that are funded from that if the money comes in. So one of the issues is cash flow. While DCC projects may be approved at the start of the year, they can't actually commence till the money is actually there for them to expend.
Okay, so if we go back to the interchange one, the 12.7 million, we haven't actually spent that, or we have spent it?
We've committed to it, and the level of spending, it would not be fully spent at this point. We have a contractual commitment to fund that at certain points. I'm going to estimate that probably 1/3 of it maybe has been spent, if that.
It's underway. Yeah, I'm.
Okay.
Okay, so where is the money coming from if we don't have any money in the DCCs right now?
So we also have DCC reserves and DCC debts. So we have equity, if you will, in terms of some of the funds. So we have some accounts that have money in them. We have a debt that's, I guess, chargeable as against them collectively. And we have money coming in each year that is sufficient to pay the debt. So it's a bit like having a checking account with a lot of money in it, a mortgage that's got some long-term debt, and your yearly revenues are sufficient to deal with additional expenses but maintain your mortgage payments.
Thank you. Councilor Woodward?
Yeah, I had a question on this later. I may as well ask it now in related to some of the policies around some of this debt. So, for example, if it's a 20-year fixed term for some of these loans that we take out, can they be refinanced at any time to lower the obligation and reset them for an additional amortization, or are we committed to the original terms for the full term?
The effective way that these are borrowed is through the MFA, Municipal Finance Authority, so they're debt, they're effectively bonds. If they're to be paid out early, there may not be any interest saving, which is the traditional way. They're not like a mortgage. What we do set up, though, is reserve funds from the funding sources that sometimes let us pay them a bit early. In theory, one could actually refinance them, but the challenge would be if you finance them before the end of their term, the interest payments, the interest penalty, if you will, would likely still be there. There's some provisions for discount, but it's not the same as a mortgage where you can get a substantial reduction.
All right, so there's really not a real benefit to looking at restructuring all of the debt into a fresh 20-year amortization. It's not that simple.
It's not that simple because the remaining interest payable would still accrue. You may get a bit of a discount. You could certainly do that, but we would probably simply suggest a new debt issuance that would that covers some of the payments that we're going forward, and as well make sure there's capital for the projects that are suggested.
All right, I can ask about that further later in the year. Thanks.
Councilor Ferguson?
Yeah, thank you. I've always wanted to ask this. Okay, so our debts, interchange, 208, 216, 208, rail overpass, and of course other railway and road construction project, rail overpass. Are these all line entries that relate to the actual infrastructure itself, or does that include road widening, access roads, paving, acquisition of property, and other things?
They're defined by the project. So if you take the Mufford Road overpass, for example, it would include the, I guess, realignment of 64th Avenue, the intersection to Glover Road, the infrastructure around that, the realignment of Glover Road. All those components form part of the project. In that example, a sizable portion was paid for by the province. So the number you're seeing represents the amount that we borrowed to pay our portion. Sometimes that amount is the total amount. Sometimes it's a lesser amount depending upon what reserves we have at the time.
But we wouldn't see some other charges, land acquisition or traffic lights or something else on another line entry on another page?
If they're related to that project, they'd all be wrapped into that project itself. So if there was land that had to be acquired, it would be part of that funding because it's done on a project-by-project basis.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Whitmarsh?
Yes, on the same point here on debt from DCCs, there's 3 or 4 significant projects there. What kind of timeline do we expect that we would be able to recover some of those funds back through other DCC charges, or is there individual timelines for individual projects? Or
the best way to think of the DCC program is it's a very large program that can be $500 million, and these are components of what these are the line items that add to it. So our DCC calculations are based upon determining how we would actually build all that infrastructure, and then we try to create rates that represent the proportionate share of a project or area or property that are going to be the amount that is coming forth to contribute to that. So in answer to your question, then, when we look at the amounts we're seeing here, this is the, I guess, residual part of our contribution that was in the DCC program, that there was insufficient DCC funds at the time to simply pay out, or the decision was made to maintain a balance in those funds and to ensure that there was borrowing that would be paid from the DCC program itself going forward.
Okay, so to recover, these are residuals, so in order to recover this, we just sort of collect DCCs through other projects over time, and eventually we are able to pay this off or have this off the books, so to say.
I think we're in the same wavelength. If you look at the program and say it's a $500 million, these numbers were part of that $500 million. We work out numbers over a 20 or 25 year period that would then allow us to build that based on the DCC projections we have. So if all goes well, and there's a lot of building activity, we would collect all that money and we would take off these projects. Generally what happens though, because growth is a fickle thing, it will actually take longer to do so, and it may not be as dense as was anticipated. So you go through a DCC review, and you may expand the program, shrink the program, or extend the program. And we have a bit of a rolling number that then occurs because, of course, we don't know for sure when the community is going to be fully built out. When it's fully built out, then there would be no more DCCs from greenfield construction. It would be left to infill or I guess, increasing density in terms of the defined urban areas.
Right, okay, thank you.
Councillor Davis?
Simply, Mr. Backham, through Mayor Froese, rail overpass Mufford safety initiatives. I bring that up every time. That is so that we can do something off, like the rail Mufford overpass is not around. It's around the area. We've borrowed 2 million, or is it still sitting there and we haven't spent it yet?
So the two-part question there. You're right. The project itself was, in our example, that we're using 7.4 million. Again, that may not have been the entire project. That may simply have been the debt portion. But if we assume that was the number, in addition to that project, there was other network improvements that were needed. That were provided for. And that may have been, this didn't occur, but may have been widening 64th Avenue or something, so it's beyond the original project scope. We put aside money to do so. In your question then, where was that money actually spent? Mr. Seffi, do you recall then in terms of that money, was that amount spent? And if so, can you give an example of some projects?
I believe that was the improvements on 64th Avenue, east of Glover Road.
Okay.
Would that be at 232nd Street, or is that a different project?
Not that far.
Not that far, okay.
Okay, it just seems like it comes up every time, but I guess it's going to because it's debt from the transportation fund.
So to help, what Mr. Seffi was saying is, you may recall the 64th from Glover to 216th Street. It used to have a different geometry to it.
Hogs Alley.
That's right. So that's probably where most of it went, and then the intersection at 216th and 64th, that intersection. I'm advised it didn't go so far as 232nd Street, which I was hoping, but no.
Okay, because at one time, we were supposed to be some money for right in Milner. But you know what? Yeah, okay, but this is debt. This is our debt for that. So, but it doesn't seem to go down. It's always been around 2 million. Like
remember that the bond, I guess, depends on the terms of payment of the bond. The bond may be front-end loaded or back-end loaded. These aren't mortgages. These are actually bond issuances. So
okay, thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Kunst.
So under the facility repair improvement and house enhancement, just wondering which facilities and if GPRC is included in that. And also if that's money that's, any of that money is anticipated for the next year, or is that money that's already been spent on facility repair and improvement?
This 7 million is actually a two project. So 1.5 million of it were spent in the LEC, and there's 5.5 million that was spent through parks, and they're fully spent as of 2018.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Okay, thank you. That's the question. Thank you.
So on this slide is the annual debt servicing for the same debt that you just saw earlier. Basically for the same project, this just shows what the total dollar is for debt payment annually. On this slide, we're trying to show an example of what we could get from an MFA loan for a 20-year amortization, assuming the interest rate at 3.5%. For 13.85 million, it would equal roughly about $1 million in debt servicings annually. And this is just to provide an example of what we could potentially get from MFA.
Thank you. Councillor Richter has a question.
Yeah, just going back to the debt servicing slide there, what percent of debt does this represent, like totally?
Total across township. In terms of external debt, I believe this would roughly be around 80%. That's just the estimate. I don't have the total in front of me.
Sorry, Sam, you probably should clarify 80% of what?
The total debt for the consolidated township.
Meaning that the other 20% isn't borrowed internally. Is that correct? No?
No.
Okay.
So we have a loan agreement that are not showing, as well as subsidiary debt that's not showing on this.
Contingent liabilities, for example, that really don't have any number associated with them. So I think the other question then is, in terms of this then, how much of it is actually funded from general taxation? Because we know that DCCs are funded from developers. One of the questions that often comes up is, then what is the amount that is coming from the general taxpayer? In this section, it's going to be that one column, which is the far right. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
So this is a new slide that we added since the last session, based on some of the comment that came up. When we went back to take a look at what we have, one of the questions that came up because of where we stand in land capital reserve, we looked at our annual land capital provision. We have a 20 million envelope that's currently showing as funding by land capital reserve. So a question came up in terms of, is that something that we want to keep within the budget submission, or if we should change our budget envelope to a 20 million external borrowing? And that could be a combination of having two separate budget authority envelopes, so that if our land reserve is still at where it's at, and there is a need for land purchase, potentially it makes sense for debt, external debt. But if somehow that reserve goes down, and we're in a position where we can utilize it, if we have a separate envelope, we can still utilize that budget authority to spend out of the reserve.
Thanks. Councillor Richter.
So what in effect you're saying, if I'm interpreting this correctly, is that we're going to give you authorization for another $20 million of external borrowing that you don't have to come back and ask us about?
Not exactly. So within the 20 million budget envelope, that just allows from a budget authority that we have, but on every single land transaction, property would have to come to council for authorization.
Okay, but why would we change it from the land capital reserve to external borrowing?
So one thing that we look at was the fact that the land capital reserve is at a deficit balance. A question that always come up on an annual basis with our external auditor is, does this make sense? Is there a reason why we're on an annual basis showing a deficit in land reserve? So that's one of the criteria that goes into our thinking if that still makes sense to have a envelope showing from land capital reserve.
Your Worship, I think there's a lot of confused faces, so I'll try going back a couple steps. I think it might make a bit more sense. Everything Sam said is completely technically correct. It's just a bit complicated. As we stand right now, we have an envelope only. There's no funding within that envelope of $20 million, and that's associated with the Land Capital Reserve. That's there such that if the council in its wisdom decides there's a property that we must acquire, whatever it may be, we can do so without having to actually pass a new budget bylaw. So our budget bylaw has capital or caps in it and envelopes in it that means that we can do certain activities without having to pass a whole new budget bylaw. Within that process, though, there's the actual need to acquire the funds and expend the funds. That would require resolutions of council to acquire or sell the property. So you may see through the year there's resolutions to buy certain properties, and there may be resolutions to sell certain properties. The challenge we have with the land reserve is we haven't sold some of the properties we've targeted, primarily because they've been going through rezoning processes or reclamation processes, so they're out there, and we've effectively borrowed against those future sales. So in these sorts of situations, we're looking at what is a better way of representing that envelope. Now, the external auditors are saying, well, you had that number there, 33 million, for a long time. Is it realistic, or should you actually be changing your statements to show that you're going to be having to take that from external borrowing if you're going to exercise that right? How far can you go? And what Sam is describing is we have a couple of options. We can leave it as it is. We could change it to external borrowing, which will still have to come back to council, or we can actually create the new envelope that has been referred to. Do we have a preference in this regard in terms of from the auditor's perspective?
I think from the auditor's perspective, it makes sense for them to see that we're not funding from land capital reserve because of the current state of where the reserve is.
Thank you. Question from Councilor Woodward. I just have just a question on this. So this item is a borrowing. It doesn't affect the budget at this point. Does this decision have to be made during the budget process? Or is this a decision that we would make subsequent to the budget process? So if we were to go this route?
Well, you would want to make the decision to have an envelope through the budget process, or you face passing a new budget later. The decision to actually fund, buy, or borrow comes later as a natural part, but you can't make that decision later. So if you will, this is kind of like opening the account at the bank where you can actually go and borrow from if you need to, but to do so, of course, you still have to actually go through the appraisal process, go through an income verification process, and that is served by council to make sure that if we're going to borrow, we meet those tests. But this simply means that we don't have to pass a new budget bylaw partway through the year.
Was it like a two-step process? Open the account now, make a decision that, okay, we're going to look at this, but later, council is able to deliberate and look at it closer, whether we're going to actually trigger it, pull the trigger on it. So
that's correct.
Okay, thanks. Councilor Woodward?
Yeah, this is something I flagged. I didn't know if it had to be resolved to finish up the budget, but the way I was going to, since we're discussing it now, what it sounds like we're doing is we're going to be borrowing 20 million to get this down to 13, a negative 13. That's not what's being proposed?
No, what's being proposed is if council wants to buy, let's say it comes to September and a great opportunity arises to buy a piece of property that's $10 million. Council would need a report, an authorization, and direction to actually go ahead and buy the property. The question is, where do we fund it from? We could fund it from the land capital, which would take that to a negative 43, or we could fund it from external borrowing. The auditors are simply saying that should you wish to borrow through the year, you should actually make sure your budget bylaw allows you that flexibility. The alternative is you come back not with a borrowing bylaw, but with a brand new budget bylaw, the whole 150 million, the whole capital works program, and you pass that again in September. Or you can build a bylaw now that's flexible enough to allow envelopes to do so, but then you have to find out how you're going to fund it. And what Sam is saying is we could take the 33 to 43. Auditors are getting a bit nervous because that's supposed to be shorter term borrowing, and it's taken us a long time to deliver these projects. So why not create another envelope that still has to be approved and a bylaw passed that would come later in the year rather than representing the fact you're going to use the land reserve.
Yeah, how much longer can we stretch the auditors out on this? We could, another year or two? They're not raising this as something that has to be dealt with this year?
I just want to add to that a little bit. So this $33,000 deficit would, as we sell properties during the year, we have some smaller properties that we're selling all the time. It would whittle away at that 33,000 and bring it down. And then if we have some of these larger lots that Mark is talking about, that would make a bigger dent in that. The auditors understand that this behind this deficit balance are these potential land sales, so they do understand that. They have known that for a few years, and they're okay with it. They just, as it stretches out year after year, and this is a fairly large deficit, they just ask us that question every year. So what does it look like now? What do those lands look like? And then we have to give them an update.
So the next question is the 33 real? So Mr. Bracken, for example, is a lot of our land at book value when we know it's actually worth a lot more? So the 33 is not really a real number in terms of actual value of our real estate, or is a lot of it just at really, really old numbers still on our balance sheet?
Yeah, that's a very good question. So the 33 million represents money we've expended and borrowed from this fund.
So this is not an asset account in any real way. This is money we borrowed to buy assets that are over somewhere else on the balance sheet, for example.
Correct. And the answer to your question is, could we retire this in its entirety? Probably selling 2 properties, we probably could extend in its entirety. Still have a lot of properties left, but each property has a story to it that has to be processed by council from a policy basis to see if it's worthwhile. So we're not in a bad position overall. It's just that we're having some difficulty disposing of properties, but part of that is also the land development process. It takes a while for rezonings.
Yeah, maybe we should work on that. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Kunst.
Are there any other communities or municipalities that are doing this? And what's the risk involved?
There isn't really any risk, because what we're simply doing is building a house that can have an additional room added on. The roof is on it, but we haven't actually finished the interior. So the frame is there, but nothing is done. By analogy, the interior, when that gets finished, that's going to cost a fair amount, and that's what council has to approve. I would think that we're very cautious on the capital reserve because we're really trying to bring some projects to closure. I would also think if we split it out, the use of strategic borrowing, or that number, would probably make it even less likely we would do it. I think the auditors would be satisfied, again, just with a reaffirmation by council that they recognize that's there and they're committed to balancing that fund over the medium to long term in accordance with the previous directions provided by council. That's all this is really about.
Thank you. Well,
Are there any other municipalities that are doing this that you know of?
Internal borrowing, or?
Like switching it from the land capital to the land reserve, or vice versa?
Throughout the province, there would be all sorts of situations where they're working with the auditors to make sure the financial statements represent the best information available. This is a bit specific because we're probably... Smaller municipalities probably wouldn't engage in the land development process. Larger ones do it all the time, even have their own development corporations. We're about in between.
Thanks. Councillor Davis.
Is this, it's, to me, what's the real advantage? And maybe I missed it. And one thing I see is, it's like getting a line on your credit card, and we're going to use it. What's the best advantage for the township to have this, to create a new loan?
I'll try to create an example that might strike more closely to home. So many of us have a line of credit. If the line of credit's $20,000 and you operate the line of credit, you know what your fees and expenses are. I'm going to change that, make it $200,000, because that's probably secured by a mortgage on your house. So if you have that line of credit, it sits there. If you went to the bank and said, well, I'm going to probably want to borrow to do a renovation, so I might need $300,000, but I don't need it right now. I'll take it, in a couple of years. The bank could actually say, okay, well, we can authorize you to $200,000, or we can authorize you to $300,000. If we do it all at once, your fees, expenses, and charges are less because we do one appraisal, one process, and you draw the money when you need it. If you come back to us later on, you'll have to requalify. You'll have to make sure you put in a new appraisal, and you make sure you're conforming with all the laws that exist at that time for borrowing ratios. And as we saw recently, some of those rules have changed. For municipalities, it's similar to that in that what you're really saying is we're going to pass a budget bylaw once that's resilient enough to last for the whole year till we pass our new one for 2020. So we could in theory say, well, no, for that small change, we come across that property. The property is $10 million. We know our annual budget's about $200 million. We could actually do the whole budget process again, which includes coming to council, passing the bylaw, public consultation, bringing it back, or we can do it once without having to worry about the changing landscape. So it allows us the flexibility then to focus on the next year's budget, not keep revisiting the current budget.
So we're intending, if we create a new account, we're intending to use it. And how?
It's more like an insurance policy. Like, I don't think staff would anticipate it being used, but we know that if something happens, and I'm trying to think of a good example, if
you don't need an example. I know everything happens, but what I'm concerned though is, heavens, you commented that we're having a problem getting rid of some of these surplus or moving to get the other the land capital fund down. Is this going to help out? And why is this, I know it's coming into the budget, but this isn't going to affect this year. This maybe will affect next year's budget more, will it?
On a budget by budget basis, so this flexibility is designed for this year. So the amount would be unless we change it, the amount stays and for consideration for next year, but it gives us the flexibility for the next 11 months. That's what we're talking about in terms of practicalities. In terms of the, in terms of the process, I guess, in terms of the risk associated with it, we don't really see it being used, but again, if there's something that pops up, a piece of property or an opportunity to build something that we can't imagine, it gives us that flexibility without having to do a new budget, but still have to do a borrowing bylaw. So it'd be half the steps.
Okay, because I'm just trying to, I'm just worried we're moving I guess it's a flexibility thing, and that's what I'm hearing, but we'll use it. There's something will come up and we'll buy it, and I'm just worried about creating more debt on it.
Actually, over the last decade, we've used it on occasion, and many years we haven't used it. It depends entirely what comes up. So if there's a critical piece of property that exists in a certain area that council really thinks is appropriate, perhaps on the escarpment, perhaps in the Milner Valley, I'm just picking that gives us the ability to do so, but it's council's decision if we pull the trigger or not.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I'm sorry it took so much time.
Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this is the point. I understand your concept of the line of credit and borrowing and it going from here. Has it been $20 million over the last 5-year course, so to speak?
I think as land value has gone up, it's gone up proportionately in terms of the envelope. I think at one time it might have started at 5 million, then 10. Now I think it's at 20. Again, they're envelopes, not expensive.
Yeah, I understand, and I guess I understand that part. And I guess I don't know if now's the time to discuss this. I'm sure the discussion as we go over our budget and plan over the next few years. Major road networks and road programs and other things. We've discussed them a little bit earlier on other past projects. Would this be the type of funding envelope, or we'll look at other funding envelopes for putting in major road networks in there?
It could, in theory, it could come under some of this category. I mean, what we're saying is the 232nd Street interchange, $50 million projects there, but we need to have $10 million we'd have to borrow that $10 million, but from what reserve do we borrow it, or under what reserve do we actually go and create the account? If we use the land capital, for example, it's going to go further negative, but we have that envelope that's there, and we have to go and do the borrowing to pay our proportionate share. That's the scope and scale of project you're looking for, and they don't come very often, but when they come, you often want to be prepared.
And I realize that a lot of our major roads are DCC funded, and we don't always like to go into borrowing or into other avenues, particularly when they're dedicated for those reasons. But I'm just saying, as we look at the future over the next few years, we are going to have challenges for some of our major road networks to do something, and that's just my only point. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yep. Councilor Long?
Is this the extra slide that you were talking about? It is, isn't it? Seems to me when I got on council, it was about 10 million in brackets back then too. So this is really a question that the auditors put forward. That's why it says for discussion, right? This is why the slide's up here, just to make sure we're aware and talk about it each year, because it is a big number. But our land assets are far, far greater than the 33. So I think it's really just a point to be discussed, not to be overlooked each year. And so the staff recommendation is what? Just to leave it the way it is. Because we don't want to be creating another bylaw somewhere down the line. We will easily be covering this. And part of the reason we're having difficulty, it's not really difficulty, we've got some lands that we're dealing with that are not simple sales. We're trying to do some innovative things with them, and that's taking time. Is that right?
That's correct. And I think I can perhaps clarify, because you made a very good comment there. This number in the land capital represents, if you will, it's a debt. Internally, we owe it to ourselves from future land sales. We had one property this week where someone said, well, I'll give you $30 million for it. But I know there's no way council would have any interest in that, because we've got some plans for that property. That's the debt and asset side. From that, though, whether we keep that debt, paid it off, borrowed, there's still the issue of the envelope in terms of going forward. If we want to do another transaction, whether we have the money or not, how do we actually have the flexibility to do so? So maybe we want to go in, buy something else, whatever that may be. The envelope allows us to do so without a new budget bylaw.
So bring us back to what we're supposed to do with this, because there are two questions in front of us, right? And really three if you take the status quo.
I think this came from a conversation or question that may have been asked. Is that correct? What was the history of it?
So for the last, I would say, 5 years.
What prompted us to prepare this slide, though? Was it because auditors, staff, council asked for a clarification, or what's the history behind why we did this?
So part of the reason we added it was from the discussion on Monday. I think there seems to be a concern regarding the land capital reserve, and also from the previous conversation with the auditors that led us to this.
I'm fine, thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Arneson?
Thank you, Worship. I had a question. This $20 million funding envelope, is there some kind of legislation that caps that? I wonder what it's linked to exactly. Like, why couldn't we consider, if we wanted to, I'm not advocating for this, but $50 million, for example, if that met our purpose and need? Is there something that it's linked to empirically in the township?
This number is not specifically linked to that. It's based on experience in terms of escalating land values, really. To your question, though, is yes, there is a mathematical formula as to how much the township could borrow overall, I guess, and I think that, I'm going by memory, but that was in $200 million or something. So 25% of our revenues is what we could actually borrow, and that would equate to, oh, there we go. So we could have debt servicing of $51 million. So we would have to multiply that to figure out what our total borrowing is. Could be, but $50 million we'd have to service it.
13 times 50.
Right, so something like that. But we wouldn't be advocating that.
Okay, thank you. That's what I was wondering.
Yep. It's a lot. It's more than we want. Thanks. Councilor Richter?
Okay, so the auditors are okay with what we're doing with the land capital reserve. They don't like it. It's not clean or cleanest way to do it, but they're okay with it. We already have the envelope in there in the land capital reserve. I don't understand why we need to, in effect, pre-authorize $20 million of external borrowing. I don't understand that. But if we put this in, we're pre-authorizing $20 million of external borrowing.
I think Mr. Backen can explain it.
We're really not authorizing the borrowing. We're actually authorizing additional $20 million of expenditures that we have not determined the funding for. It could be borrowing. It could be from land sales. It could be from liquidating other reserves. It simply means that if council wanted to have the option to undertake or consider those without passing a whole new budget bylaw, they could do so. The other option is to eliminate it, but then pass another budget bylaw. If something comes up, of course, it may not.
No, but we don't have to pass another budget bylaw now because it's already in there under the land capital reserve.
If we leave it status quo, that's right. What Sam was suggesting would be that we would actually replace that. I think that's where the whole discussion began. Yeah.
Okay, well, what I'm having difficulty with is replacing it with external borrowing. And I'm not comfortable with that idea. The other question that I had, and actually it kind of goes partly to what Councillor Davis said. You know, if it's there, we're going to use it. Instead of saying, okay, we'll sell land, no, we'll just go get some extra external borrowing because we've already got it authorized in the budget. I wanted to get clarification about what this borrowing will be used for. Steve mentioned roads. Are we going to be using this borrowing for roads, or is it only going to be used for land purchases?
It would depend on how we define the envelope if we change it. So I suppose it could be used for infrastructure or other capital assets.
It would have the same latitude as the land capital reserve.
Same latitude as the land reserve. So, but again, it's fine to leave it. Again, I think what Sam was suggesting is it's okay. It's fine to leave it as long as we've had this discussion about it. I don't think we're advocating for the change. We simply wanted to bring it to your attention.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Woodward.
Yeah, I just want to add, I kind of agree with some of the comments on both sides of the issues, and Councillor Long, and I also share some of the concerns of Councillor Richter in terms of pre-authorizing facilities. But in the case of land acquisition, I think that if we do have some opportunity that does present itself, that it is convenient to be able to have a facility in place to move on it. And we would still, of course, presumably have to authorize any usage of the facility. So while I do agree that there was some concern on pre-authorizing and things like that, I think in the case of land capital, though, it is something that I could support, given, and I believe we should be actually acquiring more land, given its rising cost, that if we don't buy it today at X millions per acre, tomorrow it's going to be X plus millions per acre. So anything we can do to speed up land acquisition, I think I would generally support, even though I agree with some of the concerns.
Thank you. That's the questions. Just to wrap this piece up, so we do get some closure at some point in this process, hopefully tonight, maybe not, we'll go through a series of motions. And so this one here, we could handle by a motion of council if they wish to determine whether we wanted to, which direction we wanted to go. So maybe you can just flag it for that point in time when we're able to make some decisions. And I think the best way to do it is by motion, and then there's clarity, and staff have clear direction from council. So we'll handle that when we get to that point.
And Your Worship, just to clarify, only if there's to be an alteration to the status quo.
That's right. So that's why I said if council wished to change it, then we'll do it by motion. And it's great to have this discussion, and I totally understand when the auditors pointed out we need, as a board and council, we're responsible for the money. We need to be aware of it, and I do appreciate you bringing it to our attention and allowing us to have this discussion. Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to the next.
Next, we're going to go through the project list. Within our project list, we show the inside funding envelope and the outside plus placeholder items. On this slide, we're trying to show a snapshot of what the capital submission looked like. So from the graph itself, it shows the total request in terms of how many % is inside the funding envelope at this point. Also, the blue shows the placeholder amount, and the kind of orangey color is the current outside funding envelope. So from this graph, our total inside is roughly around 40%, and the placeholder item represent roughly another 40%. So there's still currently around 20% that's currently outside.
Okay, thank you. So inside, this is, what we can fund under this budget. The placeholder, just a little explanation on the placeholder. When does that get funded, or what happens with that?
So the placeholder is the funding envelope, so similar to the land capital reserve, the 20 million. Items like that are the one that is in blue. So we have smaller pocket, some unidentified externally funded items.
So if something came up during the year, the roof got a great big hole and we had to fix it. It's unidentified at this point, but it gets identified quickly. We need the money. We need the envelope to do that repair. Is that sort of
Envelope,
okay?
but more on the revenue side.
Revenue
So
side.
if a grant
Okay.
came through, so if we were to build a museum and all of a sudden got a grant for $6 million, we could receive it without a new budget bylaw.
That's right. That's the envelope for that. Okay, the opposite. Thanks. Councilor Richter?
Can you just explain again where the sources of funds for inside are and where the sources of funds for outside are?
So from this chart itself, it doesn't separate the type of funding source. If we go to each individual slide that's coming up, that one will actually show what the funding sources will be.
Well, maybe I'll make the question a little more general. What constitutes outside funding?
So outside is anything that's not currently funded. So we're looking for funding for those projects.
Oh, so the outside is not we're going out to take debt. It's we're not doing the project.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Unless council wished to put it in, then we would have to fund it through tax or some other mechanism.
Replace it.
Yeah, replace it or take something out. Okay, thanks.
So we'll start with water. There's one that's currently highlighted on this slide. This is a water LAS project. Earlier this week, we got the notice that the petition failed, so this project will actually be canceled and removed from the submission.
Okay.
Should I pause at this point for any question for?
I don't. Sure. Yeah. There's Councilor Woodward.
Yeah, so on the first one, let's just deal with this right away. What is others in terms of a funding category? So obviously the other ones are pretty self-explanatory. What is others? Some pretty big numbers in the others column. Just for my own education.
It's like that line on your income statement that says miscellaneous.
I wish I had a miscellaneous $2.5 million
That's
column.
right.
So on the big one, so on the first one that show Aldergrove Water Treatment Plant, on this one, there's a potential for grant, and that's what the other portion is.
Is that typically what others is going to be? Is that going to be potential for grant or an awarded grant? Is that what that's going to be most of the time?
It will be, the majority of the time will be grant or developer contribution, or a recovery from other municipality.
Okay, so I'm just going to tweak me there a little bit, but maybe a grant. So if it's in the others column, it's not going to move out of that column. It's not a maybe, right?
No, yeah.
Okay, so it's not a maybe.
The funding source address is grant.
Is grant,
Yeah.
okay, all right. And it would be some other source. So is there any other source besides grant or developer contribution? That would be it most of the time?
Other municipalities, like say Metro Vancouver joint project.
Yeah, would there be
with
something?
Metro
would be
Vancouver or
just okay.
TransLink? Would that external funding
Okay.
from
Is
other?
that noted on the capital detail sheet of the?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I can look for that, but maybe there's a code that I'm missing or something like that to try to deduce where it's coming from.
On this particular project is actually identified in the project justification. So it talks about the environmental
Yeah,
quality
it
grant.
says potential there again, I guess, yeah. Okay. So how is the process going to work? Are we going to be flagging individual projects per category? Do you want me to wait till the end?
No, if there's a project that you want to discuss to put in or take out, or
Okay.
then you'd want to flag it now.
Yeah,
That'd
so
be
I
the
also
easiest.
wanted to bring up, so there's again, a lot of every sheet, again, for my own information, there's a lot of sheets that are called top-up funding. where they're pretty round numbers, 500,000 or a million or 600,000. Is there some way to get visibility into these reserves that we're building and what's in them and what they're projected to be used for, rather than just authorizing increases every year of unknown amounts for unknown things? Is there more clarity we can get on these top-up funded reserve funds and what they're for before authorizing them?
On some of the top-up one, I would assume is the annual items. So sometimes we have annual LAS project or annual DCC miscellaneous project. So those ones is similar in terms of the ability to spend DCC money. So if a smaller project comes up, that provide us with the envelope. So a lot of time I don't believe there's any specific project behind that, because if we do know a specific project, we usually identify them on the project sheets.
Okay. I think that makes sense, but I think let me use a different example here. So the water LAS item, 216th and 64th, is further down for $2 million, indicating it's coming from capital surplus and reserves. Is that an approved LAS project, or it might be approved? And so, for example, are we putting aside $2 million for a maybe, or it's going to go in, we're building up a reserve for some unknown amounts, and maybe some of us would like to look at the reserve status. Maybe we consider it to be sufficient going forward and maybe not needing any more top-up funding. Is there some way to get more clarity into these reserves overall for every category?
In terms of the reserve balances, we actually do have hands out later that actually address all the different reserve that we have.
So maybe there's a process though where I have to flag these now before I have that information. Maybe I could reserve the right to flag every top-up funded item on until I can get the information on the status of these reserves and what they're projected for. Would that be acceptable, Mr. Mayor? Rather than flag each one of them, because I don't have the information if it's already been compiled and prepared.
No. We can go through the presentation and whatever is lacking, or information not lacking, but information you need clarity on. Certainly, this is the time to ask the questions. So, whether you flag it now or ask the questions later, this is a process.
There's another one, for example, in sewer, the exact same item, LAS top-up of $1 million being funded from capital surplus and reserves. It doesn't show me here what percentage of that is coming from reserves or capital surplus. So maybe if we're taking some prior year surplus or capital surplus, putting it onto a reserve that maybe we feel is sufficiently balanced, maybe that could be put towards something else.
So just on the LAS project, I believe these ones are relating to the potential of an area where property owners are requesting local area service. So this actually does just provide the envelope for it. Until that whole process of getting petition is passed, there is nothing that gets done from these projects.
There's no money there.
No.
It's an envelope. So let's say a group of neighbors on 64th Avenue want to do a water service halfway through the year. We have the envelope where that money where the authority is to borrow it, but they'll be paying for it. We're not going to incur debt on the township, but you do need to have the authorization in the budget. Without the authorization in the budget, from what I understand what Mr. Backen said earlier, is that we would have to redo the budget every time something like that came up. So we build in these authorizations for unforeseen or they may be expected, because typically we get the odd one, but we don't know the exact details. So you need an envelope. Is that fair? So then when it comes, council sees it, and if it's $2 million, then the $2 million is borrowed against that LAS, paid for by the property owners who requested the LAS over 20 years generally.
Yeah, I think the way the budget's presented, there's not necessarily a lot of clarity for us in the sense that some of the other ones, for example, maybe the LAS is a little bit easier to dispose of, but then if you have a top-up funding for road paving, which is the one I've been keying on a couple of times, or capital replacements, say for fire trucks, there's not a lot of visibility for us into knowing the status of that reserve. And whether maybe we reserve space for 5 fire trucks, we haven't purchased 5 fire trucks, but yet we're authorizing an additional top-up for an additional fire truck, to keep it simple. Maybe we don't do that, and maybe we skip that a year and we put that money towards something else. That's what I'm trying to get to, rather than flag every single little item. Potentially, I maybe just reserve the right to come back once I receive that information.
Yeah, well, that's fair,
thank
yeah.
you. All right.
I think I think I'm understanding, and I just want to make sure that we can translate it for Sam. I think what you're saying, okay, number one, what are the actual reserve balances at? As Sam indicated, we'll cover those. But number two, how do the reserves grow? What are they being topped up with? How is that coming about? Are they coming from other monies? Are they coming from interest income? Are they coming from whatever that may be? Where is that top up coming from?
Yeah, I think the lumping it capital surplus and reserves together, I'm wondering if there's some capital surplus money in there that's going on to a reserve fund that maybe is sufficiently funded for this year. That's kind of where I'm going.
For
If
example,
that makes more sense.
There's enough money to buy all the fire trucks. Why do we have to add more?
Why are we
to it?
adding another fire truck? We can do it next year. That's kind of where I'm going. That the way this is lumped in, I'm having a little difficulty in digging into some of that.
So for their benefit, it may be that there's income internal to the fund itself, but the real question is there a contribution from general that's actually topping up some of these reserves? And if so, how much? And then if there is that enough or is it too much? I think that's where the questions are really going.
Yeah, so the handout will have that information.
Will help. Okay, we'll get to that. Okay, thanks. Councilor Richter.
Yeah, I just wanted to go back to this Aldergrove water treatment plant. It's listed here as critical, and when I read the sheet, it says that basically there's excessive corrosion, but we're funding it from a grant. What happens if the grant doesn't come through? Like, is the project, it's critical. Are we going to have to come up with the 2.482 million?
So Sam, you're looking for someone? Are you looking for Kevin?
Robbie Barb is the project manager, but.
Or who is?
Project manager. So we have applied for the grant through the Infrastructure through Canada application process. And if that is not successful, then it will impact the ability for us to complete the project because it's 50%, or actually I believe it was up to 70% or something of the project.
Okay, but we've got it listed here as critical.
If I would assume if the grant isn't applied for, then there will be a report to council telling us that, and this is a critical, and we'd have to look for some funding of some sort. But staff can't proceed based on this budget unless some alternate funding would be obtained, and council would have to approve that. Especially a critical repair like this, Mr. Backen.
Your Worship, this may help clarify, generally not as to this project. Critical definition means it's meeting the top score. That doesn't mean that the project is going to fail very soon. It just means it's something that we have to address. We also know that there are certain funding categories, particularly for water and sewer, that the government is very good about funding. There's other ones where they're not as encouraging about funding, and sometimes there's recreation centers and other things. For showing it here, I think it's showing critical for two reasons. It's important, but critical projects have a higher scoring for government funding than any other project would, and this meets that criteria. As such, it's quite likely then, if it's a critical one, and that we have it as a high priority, and do not start the project, because starting the project then means you're ineligible for the grant, generally, especially in a Canada infrastructure, there's a very strong likelihood you'll be getting the funding. If, however, after all of that there was no funding, we then have to revisit this matter, look at internal funding, which might be the utility, it might be DCCs, although that's going to be difficult because this project's already underway, to look at trying to fund this, and that would have to come back to council.
Right, and the project wouldn't proceed without council authorization or being put into next year's budget.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Kunst.
Yes, my first budget. So I just have a kind of a technical question here on the 1.587 million for the 216th Street. Does that go back under capital surplus and reserve? What happens to that number, and could that potentially be used for the Aldergrove water treatment plant if we don't get the grant?
The Council project?
Yes.
That project is actually the funding source would have been in external borrowing. So there's actually no money there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, a local area service would require external borrowing, then it's
Right.
paid back by the property owners. We
Oh,
we
okay.
borrow it, and then the property owner makes the payments, or the group of property owners. So,
Thank you.
So if the project doesn't go ahead, we don't borrow the money. There's no money expended.
Darn.
Having said that, though, the local area services do replenish themselves because property owners
That's right.
pay every year.
That's right.
Now, if that money had built up to a certain level that it could have funded that, then there would be no borrowing. Likewise, council does have the authority to reapportion funds, but it's very complicated because it depends where the money came from in the first place to seed the local area service. So while it's possible, there's a lot of restraints and restrictions that come into play. So it wouldn't be a safe assumption to say that it could go from there to the water treatment plant. It may be able to. We'd have to actually dig deeper in terms of the history and how we had those funds before we could advise you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Whitmarsh.
Yes, on the just near the bottom on the placeholder, it identifies or identifies unidentified externally funded projects. Is that because we anticipate having projects that related to sewer, and so this is to build up a reserve fund for projects that may come down the road, but we're not aware what they might be?
This is one of those funding envelope. So a lot of time, if a project comes up that potentially we could get grants for it, this is the budget authority that allow us to apply for the grant for that project.
Okay, because I noticed on the more detailed sheet, it shows $1 million annually. Is that an accumulated $1 million annually? That's not. That's just $1 million that would
Carry forward
each year. Yeah. The same amount. Okay. Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, we'll move on. Yeah, we'll
So next we have sewer. I'll just pause for any.
Yeah, Councillor Woodward.
So a couple of questions here. I noticed the Operations Center improvements are appearing on both water and sewer. Just again, for learning the budget process, that project, of course, it must have both water and sewer components, and they're just being divided evenly on each project type. Is that
So
each budget category, it's being split between the product categories, right?
yeah. So within the operations center, because there are house multiple areas, so each of the water, sewer, parks, stormwater, transportation, they all have their proportionate funding.
Okay, so the interesting part about when they're split between water and sewer is the number, if you actually combine them from the both budget categories, it ends up being pretty expensive. I looked at this initially and thought, oh, wash bay, 100 grand. And then on the next page, 100 grand again, and then you add the other items onto it, it ends up being a relatively expensive wash bay. So I just wanted to ask, what kind of contingencies are built into some of these construction projects where they're sort of rounded up, 100 grand here, 100 grand there, and then they add up to maybe 200, 300, 400,000. What's the contingency amount that we're typically building into these smaller capital projects?
Your Worship, it kind of depends on the, I guess, status of the project, the type of project, whether it's been designed or not. If it hasn't been designed, typically it's about a 25% or more contingency, whereas if it has been designed in terms of a detailed design, then it's more like a 10 or 15% contingency.
Okay, so again, I just want to understand the timing. So it would come forward, and maybe we don't expend money on designing the project prior to council approval. That's why it requires a Class C level contingency. Is that accurate in the process?
Your Worship, some projects are designed internally and some externally. If it is external, then we would need council's approval as part of the budget process to proceed with the design.
And therefore, it'd be higher contingency.
That's correct.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Councillor Ferguson?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask you, I'm looking at the Force Main Bypass Glover Road. I wanted to ask you, maybe this applies to others as well, that there's an opportunity, a problem that it was undersized or something. Do we have this happening on a regular basis, or do we just expect it more actually, I guess, volume in the actual pipes before they're actually designed and put in place, if I may?
Your Worship, there are some sections of our infrastructure that are fairly old and do require either twinning or replacing or upgrading, and this would be one of those.
Okay, now, do we, as the years go by, we always try to plan ahead and be prepared for future growth and also future challenges. Do we try to accommodate that as we grow in the future, if I may?
Yes, Your Worship, we always take into account when doing new projects the ultimate OCP population, if you will.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Okay. I think that's all the questions on this section. Thank you. Oh, now the best one, solid waste.
Next we have solid waste with 2 projects.
Looks pretty straightforward, thank you. We all get that one. Could they all be that simple, 2 lines, that we all understand?
I hope so. Here we have parks. Parks will have 2 slides. So on this one, it only shows the inside and placeholder, and on the next slide, it shows the list of items that is currently outside funding envelope.
Yeah. Any questions from council? Okay, it's good to see some of these projects on here. The viewing platform, the Fort to Fort Trail. We've had a lot of correspondence on that, and good to see that repaired. Yeah, move on.
Okay. Here's the outside funding envelope project for parks.
Okay. So in the outside, we see some of the McLeod Athletic Park improvements that were discussed the other day, and we're going to get a slide on that specifically later on, so we can hold those questions for that one specifically. Okay, thanks.
That's McLeod.
McLeod. Did I say, what did I say? Yeah, McLeod. Matt. Yeah. Okay. And transportation. Councillor Woodward.
Yeah, so in this one, I know I've already raised the issue of top-up funded reserves, so I want to specifically flag both of the paving and overlay and reconstruction categories. Both are labeled arterial and local roads, and I would like to get some more information, maybe when we come to them, in regards to the justification for those amounts in terms of local roads versus collectors and arterial, and looking at maybe increasing those, and depending on how they actually work. And then the other thing, I want to specifically flag the 3.1 million item for the 208th Street category for further discussion, unless you want to do it now. You can do it later, I think, right?
What's your pleasure? You can do it now. Do we have questions? Yeah, we're here.
As we're on the transportation slide, perhaps we should start the discussion, because it may be easier to clarify. Beginning, I think, with the pavement overlay, how those funds work. Effectively, each year, we actually, as part of the budget, build in funds for pavement, which is, in some cases, it involves patching. In some cases, it involves replacing the road bed. In some cases, it involves replacing the asphalt itself. The money here, now Sam, help me find this, where that is on the slide. What item is it?
Page 285, 286. Yeah.
How much is it for?
It is for 300,000 and 500,000.
Perhaps you have the background sheets to explain what they are. Oh, there we go. So it's funding for the road network program intended to preserve road paving and/or overlay of township local roads. It goes into the amount. So what this allows then is for sections of roads to be repaved. We tender a paving contract each year that gives the amount, and effectively that will relate to certain per meter that we can replace. And some occasions that is going to reflect patching, where it's a section of the road, or it may be the entire road. That applies to both local and to the other side, collector roads. It applies to arterial and collector roads. It's very difficult for us to be funding some of the local roads. It looks like, though, we're starting to try to develop a program to start dealing with the local roads.
Yeah, so I think, during the campaign and sort of the history of watching this process, I've heard this a lot, that local roads are not being maintained at the quantity that we have and the amount that we fund them. And I wanted to sort of ask a couple of questions. One, is this, I see the top-up is not coming from No, not coming from DCC. So are these two funds DCC eligible or not? They're not. They're all shaking
The
their
replacement of
heads.
existing infrastructure.
So they're not.
Right,
So they can only come from operating or prior.
correct.
Okay.
Our pavement expert is here. Mr. Eady, did you wish to make a passionate plea for more money?
These are basically repairs of existing.
Yeah.
For the new councillors, we just for your benefit, and I'll be very brief, the township is fortunate in that every few years we do an extensive mapping program, so there's actually trucks that you will, that they appear to be going over the pavement and x-raying it. And what they're doing is they're checking out the base and checking out the asphalt itself, and it will record where the cracks are. So we'll actually begin, or we'll actually record where there are depressions underneath the asphalt that allow us to actually replace that section before a larger portion gives away. So you may recall seeing some what we'll call tarring of the roads, where it looks like they're crack filling. That's our first step to preserving it, because the best way to preserve asphalt is to prevent the elements from getting into it that creates more issues. As that advances, and that puts us in a very good position generally because we're on top of the issue. Right now you're seeing the amounts we have to actually continue to patch and replace or overlay. Mr. Eady, though, would say as part of a previous study, that's still going to be insufficient. It probably should be in the range of $2 to $3 million each year, and I think we are trying to escalate that as we go forward and build it up, and this is contributing to that.
Okay. All right, that's enough information. I think so the challenge obviously is there's a lot of pressure on prior surplus. There's a lot of pressure on operating revenue, which leaves this fund kind of, it just can't put a bunch of DCCs into it and deal with it. It's got to be a little more like raising taxes to pave roads kind of a situation. Would that be accurate?
Correct, or eliminating other services to free up funding to do that.
Yeah, okay. We know how that's going to go. So the next one, maybe I'll skip the 3.1208 for now. I wanted to ask about the 400,000 for the North Langley truck route situation. So I noticed on the sheet that it's 400,000 in 2019, but then indicates $2 million per year for the following 3 years. So I'll give you a chance to bring it up.
So the $400,000, you want to know what that's?
Well, I want to know that if we spend the 400 and then decide not to spend the 6, is the 400 just wasted?
Where's the 400 design?
What's the 400 for? Yeah.
Yeah, Worship, I believe it's for design, but I asked Mr. Cordero to confirm.
For designs only, okay. So that's going to be designed and then on the books, and then we can fund it whenever we decide to fund it. So that's a good investment. We're going to have a better idea of what it's going to look like, what it's going to cost, and then it can come back in the next budget. Okay. And where does the $6 million come from? It's just generally what we think at this point.
It's a very high-level review that was done at the time that we did the submission to Translink.
Okay.
So it's really not based on any detailed design or assessment.
Okay, so I'm sufficient with that. We can unflag it if everybody's fine with it.
fine.
Okay, so that I support that. The 3.1 million, I'd like to actually, I don't know if you want to make a motion or discuss it first, but I'd actually want to just remove that and defer that into the 2020 budget and discuss it at the 2020 budget and not proceed with any of it in the 2019 budget. So the concern there is, right now we're looking at closing that gap on 208 Street to sort of complete 208 Street within Yorkson, but we're funding that from DCCs, and I want 6 months or some period of time to investigate the possibility of an alternative funding source that doesn't use DCCs to complete that part of the project, and get some time to look at some alternatives prior to approving that.
So just to be clear, I know there was a several-year program of funding for that 208 corridor. So just deferring the whole thing, it just bumps everything up a year. And then
I'm not asking to cancel it, I'm not asking
to
change it. I'm just asking to defer it, given that the next budget process is actually quite close, given the state of this one, to just get some more time and look at this in more detail and defer it to the 2020 budget as is, and not funded from DCCs as it's currently projected, not to deplete the DCC program of that amount.
So, Mr. Backen.
So that can be done, Your Worship. The query then would be the DCC funds that are available, would they be reallocated or simply left in the fund so that they could be used in future years?
Yeah, so if we reallocated those,
I actually, that's an excellent point, Mr. Backen. I had some suggestions. If there was an appetite from council to support that deferral, then looking at seeing if some other programs are DCC eligible and removing them from the operating revenue column to reduce the tax increase. So, for example, the road widening at 221A for 321,800, is that DCC eligible? It is not. I mean, this is not going to be very fun, is it? It's nothing. Yeah. Okay. So it's not DCC eligible. Road improvements, 216th, 7400 block. Is that DCC eligible?
Your Worship, perhaps I can just provide some commentary. Any project that is eligible for DCCs would be shown as eligible for DCCs.
Where is that actually shown so I don't have to ask?
Well, we have to refer to the DCC program, Your Worship. We have a DCC bylaw that unfortunately has not been updated since 2012. The plan is to bring forward an update for Council's consideration in 2019.
Your Worship.
That program outlines the DCC.
I think the question is really as to the slide representing slide 31.
Yeah.
If we look at that, slide 30 actually shows development cost charges and the amount that are there. Slide 31 doesn't actually show that. It doesn't show that amount. Karen, if there was to be a reallocation, and this may or may not happen, we don't want to prejudge it, of the $3.1 million, if we were then to go to projects outside of the priority list, is there a quick way of trying to show which projects would be DCC eligible?
Yeah, this is great. I mean, try to find some other uses for some other projects that are high priority. But also, I think the intent was to see if there's a ability to shift some of that DCC money onto projects that are currently funded from operating.
Okay. So, Mr. Seffi.
Rather than just add additional projects.
Yeah, that's a very good question, Mr. Seffi. I think the question then becomes, in terms of actually funding projects from operating, if the project is DCC eligible, would we ordinarily use that as the primary source of funding to therefore have it? So
yes.
If we're using operating funding as a general rule, that means the project is not eligible from the DCC program, because
exactly.
It's our priorities. We look to DCC first and then operating, because that gives us less pressure on the general taxpayer.
That's correct.
If that helps.
Okay, so then then that would lead us to the second page in determining if there's some projects on there that council is interested in funding from the DCC program this year.
Ms. Sinclair?
Yeah. One comment I'd like to make before we do that is that we typically, if the staff have submitted projects funded from DCCs, we typically, unless they're really way higher than what the DCC reserve is producing on an annual basis, we show them all inside the funding envelope category, and then the managers, they know to check with finance as to where the DCC reserve is when they're ready to do that project. So $10 million, which is showing at the bottom of the development cost charge column, probably that would be oversubscribing the roads DCC in a given year. So the manager would have to come to the DCC reserves and make sure that they're there before they got started. So I would throw out as a suggestion that this would just take some pressure off that oversubscription. They'd be more likely to fund everything that is in that column.
I was just going to go on a spending spree, and you just made sure that wasn't going to happen.
You had the Costco shopping cart already, and
I was going to make some other people happy today, but apparently that's not going to be. I think that's good. How much would you think it is? You know, just nothing's going to be held, but like in terms of oversubscription, how close do you think? How oversubscribed would you consider it?
Well, in 2018, it was about 8.3 million. The receipts were.
So actually potentially postponing the 208th Street corridor would help ensure that the other listed projects would get completed.
Correct.
Wow, that wasn't much fun.
Oh no, Paul is smiling inside.
But I think I can leave that motion for later, or I can do it now. I'd like to defer that to the 2020 budget. I'd move that now if that's appropriate, or we can defer it to later.
So this requires a motion to take it out?
Or does it not?
It's in the funded category, so nothing's been approved yet as part of anything. But I would imagine as we come to the end of it, Karen, what do we actually seek to do from this process? Now that I think about it, we're simply looking to actually refer this going to the public. So it would be an amendment to delete that from the items going to the public.
Yeah, usually what happens is if we're going to change things from outside to inside and inside to outside, we do that, and then the resolution just says as amended, so that we take it forward to public consultation.
How do we determine that council supports that direction rather than me just asking for it?
We'd have to do that through a motion. Yeah, so we do it through an amendment, and so we can do it now. We can do it at the end. If we want to, this is pretty obvious and clear. If we want to do it now, it might just save that minute at the end. So if you want to make the motion to amend the transportation capital budget to remove the item 208th Street corridor
for 3.1 from the DCC program and defer that to the 2020 budget
and refer it to the 2020 budget. Would that be referred to the 2020 budget?
Defer, refer, whichever.
What would be the? be refer, wouldn't it? Defer?
Or that's what I
Okay.
would have thought, yeah.
All right, I've been wrong once, and that was it. Hey.
So I'll move that.
Yeah, second. Okay, I'm going to just open up the amendment thing. So any discussion on that deferral? Councillor Long.
Okay, so what is the purpose of this? First of all, we are putting a budget out for public consultation, so we're not passing a budget today. We won't be passing, and we mustn't be passing any budget until it comes back from public consultation. So I have two questions, and one is just kind of trying to figure out what the point of this is. But number two would be a suggestion that any of these kind of, let me just say, the kind of wild ideas, and that's great, let's have some wild ideas, but we could also put that out as an option in the public consultations. In other words, we could asterisk that expenditure and say, you know, what are your feelings about removing this for a year, and have the rationale that goes with that. So I don't want to confuse you with it, because those are two different concepts. But the first concept would be, I guess, through you, your worship, to council, what are we accomplishing by moving it? But I would like staff to comment on that potential of putting options, not on just this item, but there may be some others that come through this process. It seems to me, I recall over the years that we've done that. We said, well, if we put, you know, extra police, it's going to increase the budget by so much, so there's an asterisk there. Do you support that or don't you? But first of all, what are we going to accomplish by moving this? We've already established that the DCC program is going to fund certain things, and that's all it can fund. So we can't go to the next page, which is the first reason I pushed the button, because I'd like to talk to some of the things that are outside the budget. But what is it going to accomplish by moving this a year?
It just will create the budget or leave the budget at the end of today in a state that you've all agreed with, if you've made changes, for us to take to the public consultation and to include in, you're quite correct, in the citizen budget simulator. We will, once we complete here today, any amendments or changes that have happened, they'll all factor in, and we'll all agree that this is the budget, this budget that we just all looked at with the few changes that we've done. This is what we're going to take to both the open house as well as the online simulator.
Okay, but what I'm really trying to find out is what will it do to the project? By deferring it for a year, you know, how does that help the project?
It just comes back next year, and we'll be looking at it in the same scenario next year.
So from an operational perspective or in the project itself, nothing happens for a year? Whereas if we leave it in, something does happen?
Depending upon receipt, something could happen, because as Karen mentioned, we have about 10 million with an historical 8 million availability. So it means that some work could start and some other projects may not get started. I believe, though, the purpose for the discussion is really that there may be alternate funding sources that would allow us to fund that from some other source. That may be a grant. I don't know what that source is. So I think the proposition is it's an important project, but that the funding source would become clearer by the next budget cycle.
Gives a little bit of breathing room, I think, to look for.
But the DCCs have been collected for that project. That's why they were contributed. So now, if we're going to change that, that's another interesting dynamic, isn't it?
They've been collected for transportation projects. Mm-hmm. This is a project that's been identified by staff or by council.
Well, and through the DCC, through it being established in the DCC bylaw.
That's right. So it would that funding still has to go towards transportation, and, you know, basically what it's collected for. It can also be deferred. So nothing's going to get lost. It's just a year out.
Another option would be to leave it,
yeah,
and staff would know just not to pursue it. That would be another option.
Yeah, and then the third would be to do that, I suppose, and see how it goes and report back to council as to why we should be possibly pursuing it or not, but also to put somewhere in the budget document a notation to the public for input saying, well, here's an option. What do you think about that?
Okay, I think everybody wants to speak on this one, so we'll go down the list. Councillor Davis.
Yes, thank you. Maybe a question through to Councillor Woodward.
Well, just ask a question. And
okay, I'm concerned that we just went through our council priorities,
strategic,
and it ranked up there. To leave it a year, we might all get shot. However, I like the idea, or I think I like the idea, maybe if you could explain one more time why it would be a good idea. One, we don't have the transportation plan done. Two, it wouldn't delete our DCCs. but we'd have to make it real sure, or make it real positive to everybody that it's not that we're not going to do it, it's just we're going to prolong it because it is one of our priorities. And I think I'm on the same base there, but is there a way that we can put it out to the question that we're going to, it ties in with the transportation plan and other sources, because when that comes back, we may have other ideas how to pay for it, and they may be better ideas. Is that right?
So just maybe I can help.
Oh.
The strategic planning session was for the term, and this is not, and from what I understand, we're just putting it to the next year's budget and have some more discussion. So we're not losing it, and it's very clear if this motion passes to the public that this isn't being lost. There's a big number in front of us when you put it all together. So I think what Councillor Woodward is suggesting is that let's give it a little bit of time. And one way is to just defer it to the 2020 budget. So we're not losing it. It's still part of our strategic plan, and our plan was really for the term, and how we're going to go through all these. And this is a big ticket item. So I think if that helps. And so the other, Councillor Long had offered a few options too. If this goes through, we know we're still going to look at it next year. If it doesn't go through, then we could leave it on there, and then staff understand that, we're going to look at it a little
But the
deeper.
optics, if we leave it on there, we're doing nothing, and we're supposed to do this right now.
Well, we have to.
So
do,
we have to. I understand.
Yeah.
I'm being tables.
Yeah.
But is there any way that we can say, well, the reason we're deferring it is because it fits with our council priorities, and if we got to make that, we have to make that clear to the public.
Yeah, I agree. We don't want to lose that because that's important. We did put it into our strategic plan to look at it and to address it, but it doesn't mean that we have to do it all like today. We have a term to do it in it.
You mentioned Monday. Could I also respond to the question?
Sure.
Directly? I won't speak any more than that.
Yeah.
So I just want to remind Councillor Davis, I think that's great to raise it. I think everybody knows that 208th Street is a big priority, but actually on the wall for the council priorities session is not to fill gaps of 208th Street. It's to re-examine the model, the economic model for major road provisioning.
We massage that so that's the way it would
so
come out.
It's actually looking at going forward in areas like Brookswood, Fernridge, and the remainder areas of Willoughby, not specifically plugging a couple of avenues on 208. So I think for me, as part of that item, we need to look at the model overall before spending $3 million that jeopardizes other projects.
I agree with you. Yep.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Whitmarsh.
Yeah, thank you. This is an interesting topic. I like the creative thinking of trying to be creative around 208th. I guess I'm just wondering, when I look at the sheet that's before us, in 2020 it calls for $10.7 million in DCC funding. In 2023 it's $23 million in DCC funding, so suggesting that it's somewhere in the neighborhood of $36 to $40 million to do that. So that's obviously a significant amount of money. And 208th Street was certainly identified by council in our priority session, certainly in the last election, as a really high priority item for us. And I'm wondering why we can't begin the process as planned with this 3.1, which is being funded out of DCCs. It doesn't. It's not. I don't think it's not a tax increase for this. This is a DCC charge. And beginning the project to demonstrate how important it is to us and continue to move forward, and at the same time seeking other funding options for 208th. We still have at least $30 to $35 million worth of additional funding that still needs to come, either through DCCs or other things. So it's not like we can stop looking for funding. We just because we start with the 3.1 million this year and moving forward in a very important project means that it just gets us going and continues the process of completing 208th Street, which we've been working on for many years. So it's not like we're just starting 208th. We've been working on it for many years, just at a slower pace as the DCCs came through. So I guess I'm not seeing while this is an interesting concept, I'm not seeing the distinct advantage for us, because unless there's some suggestion that we're going to find the entire $35 million through some other funding outside of DCCs, and we'll find that. If that's the case, that maybe changes the perspective. But if we're finding $5 million or $10 million or $15 million, then we're still going to need to have significant money from DCCs to help fund the project. And it seems to me that we've already planned it, we've moved forward, and it seems to be would be a good message to the community that this is really important to us. So I'm sitting on the fence right now, to be honest, but I'm not sure the distinct advantage of the suggestion.
Thank you. Councillor Richter?
Yeah, a couple of questions. As Councillor Whitmarsh alluded to, we did just come through an election where 208 Street was a major priority, and it has been a major priority for a number of years now. So I'm just wondering how we justify it to the community that elected us that we're going to put this on the burner for another year. So that's point number one. Point number two, this money that's being proposed here is looking for a detailed design for the stretch of 208 from 68th to 76th. When that report came to council, I mentioned it then, and I'll mention it again. That part of 208 Street is not a problem. What we should be doing design for is the part that is a problem, which is more from 76 north to the overpass. So I'm reluctant to put it on the back burner for a year. I still don't think this is looking at the right part of 208 Street to fix, and therefore we should probably not be spending the money on it. So I'm going to support Councillor Woodward's motion.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Perry. I know that I don't want to repeat what what's already been said regarding we went through the priorities. And the priorities did include major transportation and routes, and looking at major corridors, and looking at other things as well. But everybody knows the elephant in the room is the 208 Street corridor, and whether it's Councillor Richter says whether it's a certain segment of it, or whether it's another part, or whether it's designed from the whole road from 64th all the way up to the overpasses. We need to get that established, and perhaps that would be maybe another type of motion, which would be the most priority. I guess we have to rely on our staff, but I want to actually directly ask, we're here as part of this is a difficult motion, and I'd like to directly ask Councillor Woodward, the reason why you're bringing this up, because it's an important motion we're doing right now. We're talking about millions and millions and millions of dollars. It's an important motion on the table right now. I want to ask, is there another avenue of revenues that you anticipate that we could get for this corridor or for major transportation networks?
So, Councillor Woodward, Councillor Woodward is on the speaking list, so he'll
because I want
yeah.
Because that's important. Yeah. You can write that, because this is, and other things is the fact that you don't want to also throw the baby out with the bathwater. Maybe there is a reason to keep this in with an opportunity that could come up in 2019, 2020. Where we could actually prioritize something that would work, and if a development came forward or came on stream that we could actually get a portion of the road done as well, that's important as well. And I know that comes under DCCs, and they also do it as well. But all those things play into this puzzle, and I think it's important to note. Thank you. I'll just wait for Councillor Woodward's responses.
Thank you. Councillor Arneson?
Thank you, Worship. I hope I'm not sort of going over already churned up ground here. I recognize that many of us put this forward as being a priority. I don't particularly see this myself as something that a short deferral will be terribly traumatic in the longer term perspective of what we are challenged to do here. I'm trying to find the right balance myself, and why I supported this is that I think that overall at budget time in particular, we have to consider our fiduciary responsibility in figuring out ways in which traditionally we may have funded projects in certain ways, but now we have to try and put our creative hat on and find ways that we think might be suitable in order to get the job done that could be more cost effective. And I see a bit of an opportunity here that if we just wait for a relatively short amount of time, that we can apply ourselves to that. When I read the staff report, I thought that's great. Staff has generated all of this information. They've done number crunching, but I wasn't specifically aware that that would have been my strategy personally. So I wasn't really personally buying in to the manner in which we're going to go about it. And I think that given some time and the flexibility that it would allow, if we're talking again in September about having budget discussions, I think that that allows us an appropriate amount of time where we're not delaying this in any significant way, but we are taking the necessary time to consider whether options we have. And I don't think we have adequately discovered all the options that might be available for doing this. Certain ones have been floated, but I'm not sure, that we've given the necessary time and due diligence to figure out whether any of them would actually be good. And the other thing I would like about this is if it were to be the case, these funds could potentially then go to other projects that have already been identified also as problematic, because many of the other connector roadways in the area could certainly use some DCCs. So if we're just to back off this one, I personally have no problem in being able to defend this as a position to say, yes, we're keenly interested in doing this, but we feel that we want to consider options in doing it so that we find the right balance between the DCCs that we're going to be spending and getting the best value for those dollars that we invest there.
Councilor Woodward.
Yeah, these are great points. I appreciate them a lot. And I just have a couple of questions, though. I just want to clarify so that people understand, or at least I get some better understanding. So right now, in 2019, it was $1 million for detailed design and construction estimates for east side of 208, but also $2.1 million to proceed with 208 from 83rd to 84th. So maybe Mr. Cordero or other questions through the staff can clarify what the $1 million and the 2.1 are actually for initially in this initial round of funding. More specifics on what is actually that going to get spent on?
Thank you, Your Worship. The total amount was to do the design from 68 up to 76 to do the ultimate design and an interim on the east side. The design is already underway right now from 64th Avenue up to 68th, so would build upon that. That is the section that is through the Smith neighborhood plan, which is undeveloped 2 lanes, which is the area that we receive the most complaints about in terms of congestion. And it also ties into what was built in Northeast Gordon in front of the Vesta area and is currently under construction. The actual construction component would be between 83 and 84th on the east side, where the land has already been dedicated, but the road was not constructed at the time of development. So it's filling in that gap. The majority of the 208th Street corridor north of 76th has either been constructed by development or is currently under construction by development. The majority of it has already been 3 or 4 laned. There are some gaps where there are some active applications that are going to construct the remainder there. So we see the major issue to be from 68th up to 76 and also the section from Costco.
So that's great to clarify. So thank you for that. So, what I heard there, and I'll get to some of the other comments to try to address them, and I think that that's great background. So I think the objective here is to complete 208th Street. We're very close to completing 208th Street between 80th and 86th. So we have a couple of active applications. I believe those are on the west side. And this is going to complete some of the issues around the east side in that area, where we have some road issues and some neighborhood planning issues where some of the neighboring property owners are not cooperating with the plan. So that's delaying the implementation of 208. But even if we proceeded with this 83 to 84 on the east side of the 208, that whole corridor is not going to be complete because of the application on the other side is not going to be under construction for at least another year or 2. So we're not delaying, at least as I see, we're not delaying the ultimate completion of that side by looking at deferring this for 6 months to maybe look at some additional funding sources. So, I don't think I'm saying this is a bad idea. I'm saying that I would like like to have the opportunity to present some potential alternatives over a 6-month period and maybe have some more time to look at that. I've only been on the board that this is a priority for council to look at for a couple of weeks, I think less than that even. So, right now, I don't see this as, I think this is a very reasonable course of action. Councillor Whitmarsh, for example, like if you're on the fence about it, I think we can look at this again in the fall, and we're not ultimately delaying it that much in terms of completing that corridor of 208th because of the application on the other side of the street and related to 83rd to 84th. We're still looking at completing 208th within the Yorkson neighborhood plan within 2 to 3 years, regardless of that, deferring this for 6 months, and potentially finding a way to save some of that DCC revenue for other projects. So the thing about the DCC program, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is that there's an opportunity cost associated with it. While spending it doesn't, create a tax increase, but it means that if we use it for Project A, we have to wait for more DCC revenue to do Project B. And so if we can find alternative funding, even for a portion of Project A, we can do Project C and D. And so this is the key part of the DCC program, and it's taxpayer money. It's not to be treated any other way, and it's to pursue projects that we value and we want to complete and as a funding source. So if we can save even half of that money through another mechanism, that's other projects that will get done. So to me, that's the value. And then I also want to make sure that before we spend this money on design and proceed with this as a whole, that we have a deeper understanding that we're committing to a much larger expenditure. And I'd like to have at least 6 months to discuss that with the rest of council. And so I'm not going to have those ideas formed today, Councillor Ferguson. It's going to take me a little bit more than one meeting. And I'm just saying that we're not really having a great impact on completing the corridor by looking at this for 6 months, which is something I believe we committed to do in that council priority session. And so that's how I would justify it to the public. I would tell the public that 208 is a priority. As such a priority, we're going to be looking at the mechanism of which we pay for these arterial roads, at least reviewing it and looking at it for a period of time before spending your taxpayer DCC revenue on that project, costing us the ability to pursue other projects of value to many members in the community as well. So that's the justification. I think there's good thoughts behind it. They're just not well formed enough to proceed. And I saw this in the budget, and I thought we can look at deferring this, given that this budget cycle is so late, and we'll be looking at the budget, looking at in the third and fourth quarter, that if we don't agree on some other alternatives, then this project can still proceed in 2020 and complete 208th between 83rd and 84th in timeline with the application on the other side of the street. That's my justification.
Thanks. Councillor Kunst?
Yes, so all about saving money. So if there is some assurance that in 6 months that we have some good ideas as to how that is going to play out, you confident in some special plan that we can actually accommodate those concerns that the public has about finishing 208th Street?
Well, I think I'll just
like,
say
is
quickly.
6 months enough time? I guess I just wouldn't want to leave it for another 6 months.
I think we need to. The idea here is that we do give it a little bit more thought, and
right.
So whether we go ahead with it now is fine. But I think that just to sum it up, it's giving it more thought. So. Okay. So that's what it's all about. So you can decide if you want to do it now, then you vote against it. If you want to defer it and have some more chat about it and look for some more alternatives, so we just defer it for a few months. Budget session for 2020 will start in October, so it's not that too far away. We'll be talking about this again if this goes through. So, okay, Councillor Long.
Okay, am I the only person in this whole room that does not know where this money is going to come from if it doesn't come from taxpayers or from DCCs? Is there some fund out there that we've missed, the 208 fund or something? So first of all, I don't understand where you think the money is going to come from if it doesn't come from where we're getting it in the budget. Secondly, as we've said all along, what we're talking about here, this motion is to take it out of the budget. Well, that's very dangerous. Once you take it out, how are you going to get it back in necessarily? So if you just leave it there and you want to have some more discussion from now forever, that's still fine. So I think pulling it out of the budget is very dangerous, but we want to discuss it, that's fine. And I'm also absolutely completely miffed about what was been said from the other side of the table, that we have to spend the money on 76 North. Councillor Richter, what do you mean by that? That is already under construction. The land is already there, so that doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. If you look at on page 293, and it was already brought up by other councils. We're talking about finishing the design for what's been started and completing something that we've already got going. Why would you abandon it for 6 months or a year or even 2 weeks? So, Your Worship, I think it's for you to tell me, please, and I don't know if I'm the only one here that doesn't understand where else this money is going to come from, and if we're going to defer it to find out this other source of funding. What is the other source of funding?
I look at this as deferring it till next year and probably looking at DCCs, and I'm quite happy to defer it a year and take some more time on it. It's a lot of money. We're looking at $30-some million, not $3, and I have no problem deferring it. If there's other alternatives, great, but I see it coming out of DCCs, and that's the reason if you're asking me.
I was asking you where the money's going to come from.
DCCs.
Well, isn't that where it's coming from now?
But it is. But we're not arguing about it. You can vote yes or no. I'm not going to. We got a lot to do tonight. So, if you're against it, that's great. Vote against it. This is a motion on the floor.
I think you're missing the point of my question, and I think every
your question is where the money is going to come from.
That's correct.
I said DCCs.
Okay, and that's
maybe
where
there's
it's
something
coming
else,
from.
but I say DCCs.
Right. So that's what it says in the budget in front of me, that it's coming from DCCs right now.
That's right. So we can do it this year. We can do it next year. That's what is on the floor.
Well, actually, no, because you could just leave it alone and we can talk about it some more and do it next year.
I'm just saying the motion on the floor
is to take it out of the budget.
Defer it to next year. That's what the motion is. It's not about what funding to use. So
it sounds to me like some on council don't know which part of the road we're supposed to fix. Other people are saying that this is a priority in fact, everybody's saying it's a priority, but the motion is to defer it. So that to me, it does not add up.
That's fair.
I will not be supporting it.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a big, I guess my first question, procedurally, I mean, can we not look at this again during our course of our budget? I mean, this is a big, all of a sudden, this is the first, procedurally, this is the first motion, if I may?
Well,
because we've been going through presentations.
Yeah. But it's a motion on the floor. There's a motion on the floor. Yeah,
so theoretically, I could make motions, 20 motions or something, up until our friend is finished.
As long as it helps the process, I'm quite all right with that. We want to move through a budget, and there's lots to discuss, and this is a lot of money, and it's healthy discussion. So,
well, I was wondering my question is procedurally. I guess could we defer this until the end of the budget discussions? Could we do that?
This motion is procedurally acceptable at this point in time. So if you wanted to talk about the motion, talk about the motion.
How about, could I defer it till the end of the budget discussions that we have at council? We have the very end, Mrs. Sinclair push a button, say she's finished, and then we can discuss it?
Well, there's a motion on the floor now. Let's move through it, and then...
How about deferral motion until the end of the budget discussions?
I think we're just wasting time. We've gone through a good discussion. If a few more people want to speak a second time, we can have a vote on it. No, I'm going to carry through so we can get this one off the books. We got a lot of material to go through, and it's 10 to 8. Let's get through it. So if you want to speak to the motion, Councillor Ferguson, speak to the motion.
Okay, well, I just made a deferral. That's all. I mean, that's basically. So I guess some of us time to understand what is actually, number one, happening, and number two, whether these figures have. There's been some challenge already on these figures, Mr. Mayor. Some members of council have challenged these figures.
The motion
whether it's the staff has made an error or something, I'm not sure.
The motion on the floor is to defer this to the 2020 budget. That's it. So that's what the motion is. So we're going to speak to the motion. Thank you. Councillor Whitmarsh.
Through your worship, just a question to the staff. If we were to delay this and find no other source of funding other than DCCs, would I be correct in saying that we'd be looking in 2020 budget for about $13 million in DCCs towards this project? Is that a correct statement?
Mr. Sefi?
That's correct, Your Worship, because the current plan is to have the 2020 budget include a $10 million item. So if this was to be deferred, that would add up to $13 million.
But Council could defer that too if they wish.
Council could continue to defer. So if again, a second question, if we were to defer this by 1 year, is it possible that if the project stayed as it is and moving forward, that we could still complete it in the same time frame, or would it actually extend the date to the completion of 208 by another year?
Mr. Sefi?
Your Worship, as Mr. Cordero referenced earlier, the intent was to proceed with the design of the section that was referenced and construction of the other section. So, if I understand the question correctly, that deferring it by 1 year would defer the entire process, the construction, by 1 year.
Right, and the plan that we currently have is to deal with the most congested part where we receive the most complaints, and to deal with that as quickly as we can using DCC money, and then deal with the remaining parts of 208 using, again, significant DCC money, but to do that in 2020 budget and then 2023. So what we are really suggesting is that we would be delaying the process of dealing with the greatest congestion area in Willoughby. If we were to delay this or approve this motion, we would be making the point that the greatest congestion is not worth fixing this year. We'd wait another year to fix it. Is that correct? Maybe that you can't answer that. That's probably more of a statement than it is a question. I won't ask you to answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Woodward.
That sounded like a Facebook post there, Councillor Woodmarsh. I think that we're getting a little caught up in that we're delaying fixing 208 and et cetera. I think, the 208, fixing one avenue is not going to finish 208. And that's what this initial funding is. So to me, if we're looking at how are we going to solve our major roads problem in Willoughby, it's not just one, it's 5. And we're also carrying on that same model in Brookswood Fernridge. And so what I'm asking for, and I'm hoping that you can just bear with me for 6 months to come to you with something credible for you to consider. I'm not playing games. I'm not wasting time. I think there's a possibility to look at a way to potentially save the taxpayers a lot of money and free up DCC revenue for a lot of other projects. And so, I don't want to be in a situation where we're rushing ahead, spending a lot of money on DCC revenue, plugging holes and gaps in networks that developers should be paying for. So there's some other alternatives that I just need some time to explore and come back with something credible and work with the staff and do the proper process like you have asked me to do on many occasions. So here I want to pursue that proper process and not rush ahead with a project that is going to pull money out of DCC revenue at the opportunity cost of other important projects, and for the sake of 6 months, potentially look at solving it in a much larger way. So I'm just going to ask, just please do me a favor. Please support this so we can work together on solving this problem as a council, and not looking at spending $3 million plugging 2 avenues and still having the same problem later on. I think that there is a larger problem, and there is some potential for some solutions that you can end up with a combination of DCC revenue and other sources, but it will take some time to work on those. And I'm just asking for 6 months for the sake of doing that.
Thank you. Councillor Davis.
If I vote for this deferral, I'll be sleeping on the couch tonight.
That's here.
Because I don't like the word delay. I don't like the word defer. Okay, I'm getting there. Okay. I think that we got to do this right. I'm not saying waiting 6 months is going to do it right. However, there are a little bit, things can change in 6 months. We can have other people that own pieces of property along there come to us and say, hey, this. I support 208, but I also support the plan, transportation. What's the transportation plan? The
master transportation.
The master transportation plan. So, I think that I could defend this. I don't know about tonight because I was supposed to help fix 208 in the election, but I think I can defend this and say, as long as we can get those deferral and delayed words out of there, we're actually going to work, and staff, it's coming back, and there's councillors here that are saying, hey, we're going to work on it. Let's make it better. And for the amount of money that we're going to spend on it, I think that the 6.5 months to the next budget is maybe time well spent and maybe saved some money. And so I guess we got to put our money where our mouth is here. So I'm thinking right now, I don't like to sit on the fence, but I'm thinking that why not? This might save us money, and it might make a better, because we just can't run off and do it right now anyhow. By the time we figure things out, it's going to be quite some time down the road anyhow, so down the road.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thanks.
Richter?
Okay. Well, on the capital project description sheet, this budget contemplates $3.1 million for detailed design and construction estimates this year. Next year, it's got $10.7 million for detailed design and construction estimates for 208th Street from 64th to 68th Avenue, which is not a problem. It's not a problem. That's not where the congestion is. Then there's 2 years where there's no money being spent, and in 2023, $23 million is being set aside for interim improvements between 64th and 68th, 83rd and 84th. And after construction estimates have been determined for 208th between 68th and 76th. All we're doing is studying it. We're not fixing anything. It's not being fixed. It's not going to be fixed until 2023. And I'm not even convinced that what we're studying to fix is the right areas that we should be studying to fix. So I'm absolutely in favor of taking another look at this project.
Okay, I see no further discussion for a second time, so I'm going to call the question.
Mr. Mayor, I guess I'm not allowed to speak again. Eh?
No, you can't speak 3 times.
Even during budget deliberation?
Nope. Oh, we'll be here all night. But you do have to vote.
Pardon me?
If you want to vote. I've called a vote.
You want me to vote too?
Oh, you don't have to. What did I label this as?
You'll be affirmed.
Sorry? B1? Thank you. It's okay. There we go. And it carries Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Long opposed. So, anything else on transportation? Councillor Richter, did you have something on transportation?
Yes, I have some items. The Jackman reclamation on page 305 for $1 million. It doesn't say anything on the sheet except Jackman reclamation. So I'm not understanding how Jackman reclamation is under transportation. And what's the $1 million for?
You're back in.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just reflection. Yes, the sum is an envelope intended to provide for the reclamation of Jackman East. That's an area that's under repair. That is a formal gravel pit site, so that's behind the waste transfer station. The intent is to allow for preparation for disposition of that property. Specifically, I'm going by memory now, the property has been leveled. There is some site work to do because of a creek to the north, and then there's the access itself. Right now, the access to the property is through the waste transfer station. The waste transfer station right-of-way permits only limited access, and if the property is to be properly legally accessed, it may be necessary to construct a driveway/road on the southern portion of the waste transfer station property. So that envelope's intended to allow for that.
Okay, and that has to be done this year?
It does not need to be done this year per se, but it is something that is becoming more important with the activity of the waste transfer station itself. So it's on the list because it is still considered high, and it's something that is probably sooner better than later.
Okay, so but that's a potentially $1 million we could drop off for other projects, right?
It is also affects though the disposition of the property itself, because by doing these things it ultimately could facilitate disposition of that property, and that could become a revenue enhancement.
Mr. Mayor, are we allowed to talk about the unfunded list stuff?
Sure.
Yeah? Okay, so there's 2 items, one item that's unfunded and one item that I think we should be looking at. The sidewalk repairs on 272nd Street between 28th and 29th Avenue for $45,000. I think this should be flagged. We have had requests for several years now from residents of Aldergrove who are not able to safely use that sidewalk because the bricks have been all buckled by the tree roots. And I know that the Community Association has spoken about that as well too, so I think we should be funding that and getting it done. And of course, if we drop the $1 million, we could definitely fund the 45,000 out of that. And the other question that I had through you to staff, and this is an issue that came up in an email today. I'm not sure everybody on council may have received it. But with regards to the new RE Mountain schools, the infrastructure for child safety in terms of sidewalks and also crosswalks, and I'm thinking particularly a crosswalk at 204th and 80th Avenue. Are those even contemplated in this budget anywhere?
Your Worship, Mr. Cordero would like to provide some comments.
Thank you, Your Worship. Over the last several months, staff have been working with the Willoughby Transition Slope Committee, with the school district, and with the representatives of the existing school and the new school. And we have looked at installing a crosswalk at 80th Avenue and 204th Street, and we'll try to do that using existing funding that we have available in current budgets. We're looking at an amber-activated rapid flashing beacon.
Okay, so that's going to be taken care of. Okay, because I was quite concerned.
Already in the funded list related to the accommodating the new high school.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So just want to get some clarification. So Mr. Backen, on the $45,000 for sidewalk improvements, 272 Street, 20 to 29 Avenue, is that are DCCs available for that, or is that's not? No. So if we move that, if that was to move up into the inside, how would that get funded? Something have to come out, or is there some?
Your Worship, I think for $45,000, that's something we could just attend to. It's minimal.
Yeah.
The other comment I was going to make, and I've got to confirm this with Karen, on the reclamation project, those funds are limited in that they're actually coming from the reserve, the landfill reserve, which is covered for, is this correct? Yeah, for reserves and gravel pits. So while that could be taken out, it would simply mean it's not being spent. The anomaly that exists is if that money proceeds and the property is disposed of, then the landfill reserve would get some of it, but then the rest would go back to the general revenue, the land capital reserve or the land reserve that's in the deficit situation.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Councilor Woodward.
Yeah, so I just want to just wrap that 208th Street item up. I respect the skepticism from Councillors Ferguson and Long, and I just want to reiterate that I will be coming back and addressing your concerns, but I appreciate the comments and take them seriously. But given that item now has come out of the DCC list for this particular budget, could we look at the possibility of fully funding road widening from 221A and the intersection improvements at 216th and Glover Road? Could those become fully funded by the DCC program, removing them from the operating revenue from this year? Would that become a possibility? That would then potentially reduce the tax increase by approaching $1 million. Do I have that math correct?
Your Worship, the funding that is allocated to the DCC reserves or the DCC account is pursuant to the allocation that's in the bylaw, the DCC bylaw. It cannot be varied. So it's either 99%, in other words, 1% general revenue, or there's a greater portion. And what you see in the budget is actually pursuant to those allocations in the DCC bylaw. So they cannot be varied.
Now, Mr. Sepia, they can't be varied on the fly, but I think they could be varied as part of a DCC review.
That's correct. As part of the DCC bylaw review. But there has to be rational, in other words, technical justification for it.
Because that bylaw has to be varied and it has to be endorsed by the ministry, I believe. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I love this. I have to be an expert in DCCs to try to. So I guess just again for the education is I'm not quite understanding that. So for example, if a project is funded partially from DCC, so I'll just start using numbers. Critical project road widening 221A Street, DCC funding of $178,000, operating revenue funding of 321. If that's a DCC eligible project, we can't simply fully fund it from the DCC program?
That's correct, Your Worship.
And so just again, so I don't ask the same question again next year, why can't we do that? Why is it mandated that 321 is from operating revenue and 178 is from the DCC program? Where does this mandate come from?
Your Worship, the allocation is in the DCC bylaw. The DCC bylaw provides for either the mandatory 1% contribution from general revenue, or there's a cost apportionment that is based on what is deemed to be a benefit to the existing taxpayers versus development or growth. Those numbers cannot be varied until such time as Council is reviewing a new bylaw, DCC bylaw.
Your Worship, just to restate it, because it is very advanced stuff. The DCC bylaw, when we go through the list, it totals up to, in my previous illustration, $500 million. Each project is itemized, and there's an estimate as to how much of that project is from new growth and how much is from, I guess, current community needs. To the extent we can, we would categorize the projects to be for new growth. In that case, it's 99% eligible for payment from DCCs, 1% from general revenue. Where, however, there's evidence that the project meets, say, 60% new growth and 40% existing need, the legislation says we can only fund 60% of that. How that can be fixed, though, is through a future DCC bylaw, where there is a revised bylaw that's scientifically based, where there's new estimates produced that show that the amount needed for growth is higher. And I think that's what Mr. Sefi is saying. We can't simply vary it, those ratios, without having some evidence, and generally that's done as part of a complete DCC review, because the program would likely grow from $500 million to $750 million, and the allocations will be reviewed. Is that right, Mr. Sefi?
That's correct.
It sounds like stuff lawyers could drive trucks through, but I will leave it at that. I mean, I educate myself further. If the BCC bylaw is coming forward, is that something that we can look at as part of the review of the BCC bylaw this year? Or is that intended already, or can I add that to the?
I think that, Mr. Sefi, that review is coming forth this year. Has started.
That's correct, yes.
And I think
look at having some more flexibility in this regard in the future.
That's correct, and I think you're quite right. If we could pay lawyers more, it would lead for a better society. I think that's a key point, and I really thank you for that.
I would also, again, just to wrap it up then, I would also echo that I would like to see the sidewalk improvements on 28th and 29th Ave moved into the inside of the envelope. Councillor Richter beat me to that one. Thank you.
Thanks. It's not a race. We're all in it together. Councillor Whitmarsh.
Yeah, thank you. Speaking to some of those that are on the outside or unfunded areas, cycling network. So this is one of these items that I think is important, but just it always is one that will continually sort of get bumped down the list. We don't probably have a predominance of cyclists, so when we comes down to the issue, it never sort of makes it. When I'm reading the sheet, it seems to indicate that it's a funding of $1 million roughly, but about half of that is actually coming from TransLink. And so it's really, at least that's why I'm reading it, to correct me if I'm wrong, but it looks like it's $500,000 from the township and $500,000 from TransLink as a matching thing for cycling. I'm wondering, just by way of a question, if it's possible for us to someday, and maybe not this year in 19, but someday be able to get it onto the budget by maybe even decreasing that amount and just going a smaller amount that we share. At least it would get us started with some funding towards a cycling network. It seems like since I've been on council, it always sits near the top of the list, but on the just on the outside, and it hovers there. And I'm thinking that it might be there 5 and 10 years from now. So I'm wondering if there's some strategy that we can think of how we can get that into the list. Maybe that's a question through staff, just to respond to the equal 50-50 funding, and also if there's a way to reduce that, so we might be able to get it on there, maybe not this year, but in a future year relatively soon.
Thank you, Mr. Sefi. And then also, I believe we are doing, there's still some funding. Is there some funding for cycling improvements?
That's correct, Your Worship.
So maybe you can add that to your
There is, Councillor Whitmarsh is correct. The budget, the $1 million, anticipates half or 50% funding from TransLink and the other 50% from the township. And as far as reducing the amount and, I guess, making it more a viable option for funding for next future years. It is a question of practicality of being able to accomplish a certain section that is actually meaningful, and certainly staff can take a look at that and see if that's possible for future years in a more, I guess, smaller section.
Yeah, I guess I'm thinking maybe in the future we could think of it as more like a reserve. So maybe we build up over a few years and then we're able to do something. Anyways, another area I was wondering that seemed important to me was around 96th Avenue and Glover Road. I've just talked to a number of people from that area, some accidents that have happened near there, some pretty near hits there. It seems to be a pretty critical piece, and I recognize the cost of it, but maybe that'll reach the top at some point, but it does seem to be a pretty interesting sort of intersection, and particularly when we talk about 96th Avenue, and I know there's other things too of how we can try and slow traffic down 96th Avenue. Lots of residents are concerned that live along 96. This might not necessarily slow it, because once they turn left and start heading west, they may speed up anyways, but that is a concern. And the third one for me that I'm wondering if we can, I would like to see us maybe try and find a way to get it into the funding envelope in some way, and that's the McBride Lane. We did have a delegation come and speak to us about that, and walking through that area, it's very dark at night. It's kind of a not that Fort Langley's scary, but it's a scary area of Fort Langley. The road is very poor in terms of walking. People are at night, they trip and step in potholes and those sorts of things. And I'm just, it's not a significant amount of money that's mentioned here to have lighting and proper pavement. And I'm wondering if there was a way that we could move that possibly into the funding envelope. Thank you.
Thank you. I just can't seem to locate it. Whereabouts on the page is the McBride Lane?
It's about 5 or 6 down. Road reconstruction and street lighting, McBride Lane. It's $85,000.
Thanks. Yeah, I just couldn't see it.
And it says 17,000 is from other funding. I'm not sure what that means exactly.
Okay. We'll just flag it. Okay.
Like the unfunded portion is 67,000.
Okay. Thanks. Okay, Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, I mean, it would be good to flag some of these items that have been brought up by Councillor Richter, Councillor Woodmarsh.
Yep. So we're going to get back to those. Yeah, we all flagged.
The other councillors. No, that's not why. And I also wanted to. I think that the 272nd is important. I'm looking at the sidewalk at 206th Street from 4200 to 4400 block. If I may, through the chair, is that the one that's close to the schools that some of the public have been asking for a while, if I may? That's a 206th Street, 4200 to 4400 block sidewalk.
I don't believe so, Your Worship.
It's basically it's only a small amount, 60,000. Yeah, by George Preston as well. I mean, they've been asking for that for a while, and I think the city is going to do something at their side, so I wouldn't mind flagging that. And also, some members of council and myself met some of the residents at 267 there. I know they've been crying for something. It's a big expense, the 500,000. But I did want to ask a question through the chair, since we're trying to be creative. Is there a chance? And I know they've been doing a lot of patching on that road lately. Is there a chance that you could do a road construction in spaces, like 50 meters here or 25 meters there, depending on the status of the road, if I may, through the chair? Whoever would answer that.
Your Worship, it doesn't quite work like that because of the practicality of construction. As the number indicates, the need for that road is for reconstruction of the entire road base, because actually in some sections it doesn't even exist. Hence the number being so relatively high, and it doesn't, I guess, meet the criteria to be further up the list because of the fact that it's a local dead-end road, And again, unfortunately, the options that council could consider recommending to the residents would be potentially to pursue a local area service program.
Yeah, and I think, maybe you could begin to talk to them about it if you haven't already. But, the question was asked, and I know that I think that the chief was still here. He was a while ago, the fire chief.
Okay.
Anyway, we build these expensive trucks. They're even more than $100,000 now. And they drive one of those trucks down one of those type of roads, and we got a lot of roads, and all it takes is to go down a 2 or 3 foot hole, and it starts wrecking those nice expensive fire trucks we got, and the residents were even saying, the fire guys, they don't even want to drive down that road. So I'm not sure how you can comment to that, if I may. I mean, at what point do you say we just have to bite the bullet and fix either some of the road or most of the road?
Your Worship, that's really a question for council. As was discussed earlier, I believe Councillor Woodward made reference to the need for local roads to have, I guess, more funding allocation for staff to be able to deal with them on a priority basis. This is just one example of many sections of local roads that we have in the rural areas that require attention.
Okay, well, certainly the local area improvement, I guess, may be the first step. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Long?
Well, I'll go backwards and start with that then, because I guess it's $500,000 that's not funded, but the total is $1.5 million, I guess, to do the road. Is that right? Or what is the number?
So which one are we talking about?
This is for 267.
267? Okay, thanks.
And I would give a number. It's EN 2302.
Yep. Thanks, I got it. Yeah.
So the local area improvement concept, has that been done before for road paving? And how would we approach that? But first of all, let's be clear. It is 1.5 million. It's not 500,000. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
It's 500,000 a year for 3 years.
That's correct.
So that takes for local area improvement. That would be very stretchy. But have we ever done that before? Have we ever said, because here these residents, and never mind the fire truck. I mean, that's important. Ambulances are even more important. But there's a guy at the end that has a car that's worth $100,000, and every time he goes down, he complains to me. But has that ever been done before? Is there a realm of possibility to suggest that to them? And I guess we'd have to work the numbers out if it were legal.
We'll have to look into it, Your Worship. I don't believe it's been done before for paving. The local area service program is typically for urban type of improvements such as sidewalks, streetlights, curb and gutter. Yeah. But I don't believe there is a legal prohibition or restriction, but we'll have to look into it.
Well, if it wasn't too much work, I think that those residents deserve at least that answer. If we could get a memo on that, and it might apply to other areas of the township too. If residents really want their road repaved, and they realize, and these folks do realize that they're down the list because of all the other priorities, at least we can say to them, well, here is an option, and whether you go for it or not, it's going to be up to you. But I think this also indicates, and there was talk about the cycling lanes and everything else, that, and maybe staff should reiterate for the benefit of all of us, that the road budget that we need, what are we, maybe 2/3 at the most ever approaching it, or is it maybe even 1/3? So we always have a far, far higher demand for road maintenance than we ever allot. We do our very best, but we're way, way underfunded. Is that right?
We are building up the
reserves. What kind of numbers are we looking at?
We're building up the paving reserve and building up the paving amount going into each budget each year by putting that in. So I know we are under. Is that Ms. Sinclair? I know the paving budget each year we're adding about 0.5% or $500,000 to increase that amount for paving.
We didn't do it last year,
No.
I believe.
But
we're millions.
It's in this budget
We're
for this year.
deficient in millions of dollars. Is
That's
the
right.
point. And that's why it makes it tough for a cycling network, for example. I mean, it's important as it is. How can you, how do you put that ahead of actually paving a road? So if we can get something on that, on the local area improvement for the benefit of all of council, that'd be great. But let's go also back to these other two items, which is the on page 316, 317, 326, and 110 EN project. So that is the sidewalk improvements. I don't know if that's already been done then. I know it was mentioned. So will staff are going to move that into the inside?
We'll deal with it as soon as I'll go through.
And the other one is the McBride. Now I when the delegation came forward and there was a memo that it was in the budget, I think everybody thought, hey, it's in the budget, but of course it's in the budget on the wrong side of the line. So can we get that one moved into it? Because we'd hate to leave the $17,000 on the table. Where's that coming from, by the way?
The 17,000, is that?
From the developer, that's right, yeah. So I would like you, Mr. Mayor, if that could be put to staff, if that somehow can be moved over. It's not as much money as other things.
Yeah, I'm going to ask, we got several, I'm going to ask them all once we're done. I got one more speaker, and then I got about $490,000 flagged so far, so we just want to get the one more, and we'll,
thank you.
Taking things out, it's easy. Putting things in is hard. Councilor Woodward.
I just wanted to ask staff about the project, road widening 221A, 50 to 52. Can I ask for some of the history on that and why it's rated critical? That would be EN 1087.
Fourth one down.
Yeah, 4 from the top, yeah. 500,000.
Mr. Cordero.
That's related to the work that's being done by the Fraser Health with the new emergency room, and it's matching funding with Fraser Health to improve the road fronting the hospital.
Yes, the intent is to have that completed before the ER expansion is completed. Is it linked to that, or is it?
It is linked to the emergency room and the work that they're doing in front of with the new emergency room on 221A.
Okay, so it's critical to line up with the completion of the ER, which is projected for, I believe, 2020, or, yeah, 2020. That's why it's critical to get it completed in line with their construction.
It's to match their construction schedule.
So, and then what's the duration of this project? Once it's approved, how long, if you started it today, how long would it take you to complete it?
I can't give a specific time frame because it's actually a project being done by the hospital.
Okay.
It's a contribution to match the funding.
It's a contribution to their construction. Okay. So again, another good idea may not go anywhere, because I was going to question if that's delayed for one budget and we then modify the DCC bylaw, could we then fully fund that within 1%, of course, within the DCC category, and take that money, 321 from this year's operating, and potentially put it towards some of these other projects that council has raised? Would that fundamentally be a problem?
The DCC contribution on that section of road is based upon the frontage of part of the road being fronting a park as well on the east side, across the street from the hospital. So in the current DCC program, roads that are fronting schools and parks are eligible under a miscellaneous category if they're a collector road or they're fronting the school and a park as a collector road. The remainder of the road is not fronting a school and park, it's a collector. And in the last version of the DCC program in 2012, in order to keep the rates at a reasonable level, every collector road, except for those fronting schools and parks, was removed from the program. So if we did want to add it back in, that is something that council could ask us to take a look at. But by adding this collector road, we will then be creating a disparity with all the other collector roads in the township, where the developer fronting the other road will say, well, why isn't my road in the program as well? So, not to say it can't be done, but it will have implications on the overall DCC rates.
I'm really loving the DCC program. This is just fantastic. Okay, no, I think for me then I'll just leave it for this year, and I'll have to learn a lot more about the particulars of this review and proposed amendment to the DCC bylaw to at least allow some more flexibility in this regard, because that's money that is in operating. Because I was going to ask the same thing about the 216th and Glover Road project, but again, I'm assuming the answer would be similar. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks. That kind of clears the queue, and. Why don't we just...
I have one more thing, Mr. Mayor, if it's okay.
Oh, then...
Just one more thing to add that I forgot about it, was to potentially, we could get a status of the prior year's capital surplus to potentially, because we still don't have that status, so maybe possible to incorporate some of council's other projects. Councillor Whitmarsh has raised a few, Councillor Long has raised a few. Maybe if we had clarity on that, we could, if we have some of that, to potentially put towards some of these projects rather than adding them to operating. Just a comment.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'd be asking staff. So what I have, and we'll sort of slow it down when Councillor Davis back in here, but just to be clear, flagged the traffic signal at Glover 96th Avenue for $400,000. It was flagged by, okay, on the transportation, the second one down, Councillor Whitmarsh asked to have the traffic signal at Glover Road 96th Avenue flagged. That's $400,000. Councillor Richter asked for the sidewalk improvements, 272 from 28th to 29th Avenue for $45,000. Road construction, street lighting, McBride, I believe that was Councillor Whitmarsh for $85,000. And Councillor Ferguson, sidewalk 206 Street, 4200 to 4400 block for $60,000. Those are the ones that I picked up were flagged. Did I miss anything? I don't think so. If you go down about 3/4 of the way down, it's the sidewalk 206 Street, 4200 block to 4400 block, for $60,000. That's so those 4 items. My quick math shows about $590,000. Is that correct? Yeah, we're about $590,000. So this is the question, the $590,000 question, Mr. Backen. We could pick away at these, maybe do the ones that we can afford to move up, or if all of them go up, where would the funding come from, and how would this happen, or Ms. Sinclair, if council was to move these up, or are we able to do a couple of them? I certainly think every one of these projects are worthy. It's a matter of, this is where council gets in and kind of puts their lens on it and sees that these are a little bit more worthy, I guess. So I'm just wondering how that would be funded, and if, as Councillor Woodward mentioned, surplus, or is there? Mr. Backen mentioned one was small enough, so we're now not small enough.
First, I think step would be to ask if these projects are in the DCC program in any way. If there's any contributions, Mr. Cordero, would you happen to recognize any of them? Don't appear to be.
No.
Not in the current program. So that removes that. That means our funding is limited to the general reserves and general program operating funds. The traditional approach would be to identify, unrestricted reserves, being mindful that we can't use restricted reserves, and replace them, or we could try to add these back in. Keep in mind, though, we've been trying to bring the rate down.
Yeah, I know. So if we add these in, there's a certain amount, as you mentioned earlier, well, $45,000 we could do. $590 maybe we can't. So if we had an idea of what that amount was, then maybe that'll help council make a decision on what they can move up.
And one solution is to ask the public to rank these projects for inclusion in the budget as well as part of the public consultation. That may help, it may not.
Yeah. So what would be the best process to make that happen? I think that might be a good way to do it. And we'll get more information back from staff on how we could possibly fund this too. So would we need a motion, or just to...
I think it'd be helpful to simply have a motion that staff include the flag projects as part of the public consultation process and ask for the public's opinion as to the ranking, just so if that's helpful.
Sure, I think that's helpful.
I would need division on the road widening, or the McBride lane item.
Sure, I understand, yeah. Okay, so a couple more questions from council, and then maybe we'll entertain a motion as you suggest. Thank you. Yeah,
hang on, I
pushed a few more questions from. So, Councillor, I thought we got through it all, and now we're just trying to. But I have 3 more speakers. Councillor Long.
On now? Yeah.
Yeah,
so I pushed the button as soon as you mentioned the 400,000 or the 500, whatever it is, thousand. So, if there's an appetite, which it appears there is, to read the DCC program, then we should possibly look at that, the 96th Avenue and Glover Road. Would that not probably be a likely one that could be put into the DCC program, because that's a traffic light, and it's $400,000.
That's right.
So maybe we could move that over to later on, and then the other stuff that's left over might meet the mark that you were looking for, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah,
that 100
my
and
thoughts
some
too.
odd thousand in very important projects, we could slip in the inside lane.
So it's Councillor Whitmarsh who flagged it. So if the $400,000 traffic signal was just left for now, it could come back in next year as a funded under the DCCs if we gave it some time and just left it alone. So if you're okay with that, we don't have a motion yet. So
I'm fine with that.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, with the 3.1 million coming out this year, could potentially be funded this year.
Could it be potentially funded this year if we dealt with the DCC?
But you'd have to deal with the DCC thing, which is pretty complicated.
Bylaw
But
is
anyway,
not. It's not.
I think we're on the same page, right?
So I'm happy to
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Sure, okay. Thank you.
If that happens and you need it, then I'll make the motion on the balance.
Yeah, well, I'm going to go through the speakers and we'll hit a motion and
Bishop,
try and do
as you raise that one, it might be productive to simply refer that one for consideration of inclusion in the DCC bylaw review. That way we understand.
Okay, so we'll handle that as a separate motion then. Okay. Refer to consider for DCC. Thanks. Councilor Richter?
Yeah, I was just going to say, are we just not flagging these and letting staff go and figure out if they can do it, if they can fund it or not?
Yeah, well, I think the process right now is to get this to the public. So if we can flag it and move it into the public realm, and I think we're getting to a point right now where maybe we can get this funded, but it still has to come back to us, and staff will have more information. And also, it's going to go to public consultation. So that's the direction that we're hoping to go, and so that's why we wanted to sort of identify council's priorities or wishes, and then take it to the public. So, Councilor Ferguson.
Well, yeah, and I have a question and also a comment as well. Something like, we're looking at moving permits faster. There's a permit software of $43,000. Can you comment on that at all? Because we want to move the process along, and maybe this might help it. Can anybody comment on the permit software?
Worship.
Yes.
I'm going to ask Mrs. Eichert to provide the comments.
Yeah,
the page, what's under transportation, and it's 10 from the top or something. Right there. Page, I don't know if there is a page. Anyway.
It's the 9th line item under the transportation budget on inside.
289.
So, Your Worship, this is related to creating an online application process for some of the permits that are handled by the fire department, the permits licensing inspection department, engineering. So it will streamline the ability for applicants to submit applications 24/7 and take the ability for staff to stop doing those type of tasks for setting up folders and the administrative side of things and streamline the process.
These aren't building permits, they're fire permits and stuff.
They could be plumbing permits, they could be, at this point we're looking at simple permits that can be handled on an online basis without a lot of staff.
Would it speed up the process?
It could definitely speed up the
So maybe we should flag that, Mr. Mayor.
Which one? Where is that one? Where is that one? Page 289. No, but just give me on the list.
43,000.
The last critical item. The last critical
it's
item.
already funded. Sorry.
It's already funded. Yeah.
Okay. And my comment to Councillor Woodward and others. I mean, it's a win-win. If you vote against something that's going to gain more money, it's a win-win. I wanted to comment that. We, a number of years ago, decided to meet with Metro Vancouver, and we owned and operated the Northwest Langley sewage treatment plant. And we took a lot of time back and forth with meetings, and we were able to convince them we wanted to pay 1/21st of the actual sewage treatment plant, and rather than own and operate ourselves. They took the whole thing over. They took our debt. They charged us 1/21. So we probably saved about $10 million, but that took a lot of time. And today we spent a little bit of time talking about something that involved an awful lot of money. That was my only point. It's a win-win, even if you lose a vote against something, and if it goes into fruition, great. And if we can get more money down the road, that's great too. But I'm just a big proponent of moving forward with recommendations of staff that are going to improve the community. Anyway, that's my only point, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, so now we'll make some decisions here. So I'm going to break this into 3 motions, with leave of council. And the first motion would be that the traffic signal at Glover Road, 96th Avenue, be referred for consideration under the DCC program. Is that correct? DCC review.
Consideration of inclusion in the DCC program as part of the DCC program review.
Thank you. Would I have a mover for that? Councillor Whitmar, a seconder. Councillor Arneson. Any discussion on that one? Seeing none, I'll call a question. What do you want me to label this one? All of them?
B1, Your Worship.
All B1? Okay. Carries unanimously, so that's done. And then we're going to go to the sidewalk improvements on 272 Street, 28th Avenue to 29th Avenue for $45,000. And, and the sidewalk 206 Street, 4200 block to 4400 block for $60,000. We're going to handle that as one motion to move that in for public, what was the wording on that motion? Public consultation process?
That staff include the flag projects for public consultation process.
Thank you. So these two flag projects only on this motion. And so mover, Councillor Kuntz, seconder, Councillor Long. Oh, no, Councillor Woodward. Okay, Councillor Long.
Yeah, but I got a question.
Yeah.
Okay, now, not that I don't like everybody to have a turn at this, but I don't have a sheet on that. 330G doesn't exist in my page numbers.
30G?
But Councillor Ferguson might walk that place quite a bit. Maybe he knows more about it. It's also a medium priority. So I'm trying to get along here with everybody, even though it didn't seem like that earlier. So can we have a sheet? Can you throw it on the screen, or staff tell us the urgent? What?
Sure. What
the deal is with that one, the 60 grand? Because it's a medium ranking, and there is no page. At least I can't find a page descriptor.
The whole idea is to get retired on transportation so the fire trucks can get right.
There's other sidewalks with high priority, like 96th Avenue in Fort Langley. Well, that's $1 million. Forget that. But it's a non-existing page. You're the only one with it? We don't have it?
Oh, no. This was addition from last time.
Oh. Yeah, it's a new one.
Okay, thanks. And I remember the letters we got about that one. And a phone call from Rudy. Didn't we? The council in the city, because it's right on the border of the city and the township, is it not? Okay, thank you, Your Worship. I'm happy.
Thank you. I see no further discussion, so I'm going to call the question. I'm going to call that one B1.
That's right on there.
Carries unanimously. And so we'll move on to McBride Lane, and Councillor Woodward declares a conflict, so he'll step out. And then I think after that, if that's all on transportation, we'll take a little stretch.
Okay.
No. This will be the same motion wording as we've just gone through. However, it's in regards to the McBride Lane project for $85,000.
I'll move it, but I think the developer should double his.
Yeah, good idea. Councillor Long moves it. Councillor Ferguson seconds it. Councillor Whitmarsh wishes to speak to it.
So the amount of money suggests 85, but it's actually 67 from the township. So what number actually goes forward to the public?
So the project itself will be 85,000, but there'll be funding source for 17,000 from non-refundable deposits.
So 67 is really what?
It's the needed.
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, I will call the question on that one. Carries unanimously. Yeah. I don't think you have anything else to add. If anybody has anything else to add, otherwise we can take a little stretch. Let's take a stretch. Okay, we're done with transportation.
David's out looking for you.
All right, we're back. We'll reconvene the meeting, and it was good to have a break. I thought maybe we could sing "Take Me Out to the Ball Game," 7th inning stretch or something, but I think I'm the only one that thinks that's a good idea. So that's right. So we're going to move from transportation to fleet services, and just before we start, we've got a lot of work and it's good discussion, and I think the desire of some I've heard is to see if we can, soldier through the night, and maybe we can be done by 10 or 11 and don't have to come back again. But we'll just see how it goes and do our best. And we'll turn it over to you, Mr. Nam. Thank you. So, fleet services. Oh, hold it. No, transportation. And did I miss something? Transportation, then we go to fleet. I've got fleet services. Page 32. Are we on fleet services?
Yeah.
Okay, good. It's in front of us. Fleet. All right, any questions on the fleet? Councillor Woodward.
So same question as before. I want to sort of just understand these. A lot of these categories are just top-up funding, and again, some of them are really small numbers, so I'm not going to focus on it too much in here. But I had one, dump trucks medium, where we're replacing trucks that we're renting. We're actually purchasing them. So the sheet says purchase 10 new medium-sized dump trucks in 1 year. So the plan is to purchase 10 in like pretty much now, and then use them. Is that pretty much the summary? Okay. So from what I read in the summary in terms of the payback and the cost recovery around rental and everything was really made a lot of sense. But again, if I look at the sheet, capital surplus and reserves are funding this $1 million. Which is it? How much of that would be capital surplus and how much of that is reserves? Could I get that?
So yeah, I think a good discussion on the fleet and how the money goes into reserve to replace the fleet. Maybe you could just describe that, please. Yep.
So on this project is actually set up as internal borrowing from the Public Works Replacement Reserve. So this is scheduled for I believe, an 8-year payback period where they will get charged to put back into the reserve. So by the end of 8 year, we'll be back to what we had.
This is good. It's hard to read this. So this isn't buying the trucks and funding it from capital surface and reserves. That's not what this is occurring here?
Because it's drawing from that reserve, that's why it got grouped into the same category.
But maybe maybe Mr. Backen can help. Isn't it that when the truck is purchased through the reserve, the money, we go to our Ford dealership or whoever and buy the truck, money comes out of the reserve, it's paid back then as the truck is used through the operating expense, because as it's being used, you have a fund where I guess it's almost like renting the truck.
Yes.
And then it goes back into that, from capital back into the reserve. Is that correct?
Yeah. So when we first buy a fleet or equipment, we buy it out of general revenue. So it's property tax funded or it's user pay if it's a utility vehicle. And then it immediately goes to the stewardship of the fleet manager, who then creates a rate for it and charges the user for the rate, and also charges a little tag-on amount that is meant to replace it after its useful life. So it'll be a rate that takes into consideration gas and oil and insurance and repairs and maintenance, and also a portion to replace it at the end of its useful life. So by the time that vehicle is finished being used and it's at the end of its useful life, then the Public Works Vehicles and Equipment Reserve will have enough money to actually replace it. So it getting bought by the department is only the first time. And then after that, we have a mechanism to replace it. And it's that Public Works Vehicles and Equipment Reserve that we use to buy replacement equipment. In this case, we're using the reserve, we're leveraging the reserve to do internal borrowing to get these 10 vehicles that would normally have to be purchased out of new money. So we're doing an internal borrowing to the equipment reserve and then paying it back over the next.
I'm really going to have to get a list of all these capital reserves and everything, so I can just get a grasp of it. Because I tell you what my intent was,
Sure.
And maybe it won't matter after this explanation. What I read on a piece of paper was that we're buying 10 trucks and we're spending $1 million, and if we're renting them in the meantime, and there's a justification here to buy them,
right,
which made sense.
Yeah.
But it would also potentially have made sense to buy 5 this year and 5 next year, and that would have freed up $500,000 to fund a traffic light. But it's not that simple, is what you're telling me.
It's because it's the Public Works Vehicles and Equipment Reserve. We typically only use it for that reason. And in an internal borrowing scenario, this is even unusual. But at least it is still in the realm of the vehicles and equipment.
What I saw was capital surplus and reserves. Oh, that's really cool. I can buy 5 this year, buy 5 next year.
Yeah, unfortunately, the way these sheets are drawn up is we have so many different reserves that they would be unwieldy to look at if we.
Well, it's dream reserves when you go home, because I don't know how you can possibly keep track of all this stuff.
Well,
all this internal borrowing and back and forth.
Yeah.
But so that intent, what I was trying to get to with the intent, is not really possible.
Correct. God, I hate bursting your bubble again.
Thank you.
That Costco card isn't getting full. Councillor Richter.
Okay. I guess what bothers me about this list is that they're all ranked medium, and they all say the same thing. A scheduled replacement of a pickup truck that has completed its cost-effective life cycle. Well, you know what? We're having a tough financial year here, guys, with everything that's been downloaded. Can we not push these vehicles to the next year? And there's no way that from these sheets that I can tell what's critical and what's not. To me, this is all nice to have, not need to have. Because it's completed, it's a cost-effective life cycle, but it's not telling me if it's not running anymore, and can't we keep them running a bit longer? So I would like to take this whole $3 million out of play this year.
Okay, so maybe just, I think some more explanation might be helpful. So the vehicles, there is a reserve to replace these vehicles, and there is a point where the repairs and maintenance starts to overwhelm our operating budget, and it's more efficient to sell the vehicle, get some money back for the vehicle, and bring in a new vehicle which will have less impact on the repairs and maintenance, and take it through its normal process. And I know that the trucks, at least in this, are not based on date; they're based on use, on mileage, and the fleet manager manages that quite carefully. So by deferring it another year, we're just leaving money in the reserve that was put aside to replace those vehicles. Would that be correct? So
that would be correct. Yeah, we have
and incurring more costs on repairs and maintenance.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
There's a replacement schedule. The fleet manager manages that replacement schedule. He doesn't automatically replace them just because they come up to their 8-year useful life. He takes a look at them. If they've been gently used, then he'll hang on to them a little bit longer. If they've been thrashed, they'll usually come to the curb sooner. But generally speaking, every year he goes through this process of looking at his replacement schedule, knowing that sometimes a vehicle looks like it's still in great shape, but it's the optimal time to trade it in or auction it to get the best price that you can get for the business case that he's built for each of those individual vehicles.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Councillor Davis?
Just to comment on the vehicles, all look good to me. Compared to sometimes compared to what I park downstairs. Okay, but what kind of flexibility does the fleet manager have? Can he go out and say, okay, well this truck looks like it's up on paper, but really is this truck really need to be replaced? And do we give him that flexibility?
Yes, he does do that. He does evaluate them. It's not automatic.
Oh. Okay, I thought I don't know.
Okay. He has a list. He has a schedule. They come up for they meet their dynamics, the mileage, and the useful years of life, and they come up on the schedule. And then he evaluates them all to make sure that they should be replaced. If they shouldn't be replaced, they won't be replaced, and the money will just stay in the reserve.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
And it could be that at the point where he says it should be replaced, or it still may have some good useful life left, but it's better to recover the money on what you'll get for the sale of it and then start a new one rather than keeping it another year. There's a tipping point there.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And he has to, and that's his job to analyze that. Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, I just want to respond also what Councillor Rick and others have said. I mean, is there any chance we can start moving, rather than moving some of these around in future budgets? I mean, if something's critical and something's high, rather than all the medium, that sparks a kind of for the rest of us seeing critical and high before and now seeing medium, that sparks a question.
Right. We had a discussion several years ago about how to classify vehicles because it didn't feel right, and we actually had the discussion here, but it was probably about 5 or 6 years ago now. It didn't feel right to, in some cases, call a vehicle critical. But at some point in time, in comparison when you're looking at the projects that we've just been talking about in transportation, but at some point in time, the lack of vehicles it'll just be the lack of vehicles that will get critical. It's not that any one of these vehicles on its own is a critical item to be replaced. So the categorizing of critical, high, medium, and so on, it doesn't relate well to vehicles because it's just this process that is the best process for all of the vehicles overall to move them through at their proper pace. So
no, I didn't see that. It hasn't come up yet. Yeah. I didn't see that. Yeah. The police drive, the 6.3 Mercedes, this two-door sports car with a 12-cylinder. I haven't seen that come up this year. Yeah.
They got that from proceeds of crime.
It was donation probably, right?
Proceeds of crime, yeah.
Proceeds.
It was, that's how they got it.
Oh, very good.
Yeah, yeah.
We'd probably be better off not having a ranking for these vehicles and just have per replacement schedule,
Yeah.
if I can say that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Long.
Yeah, I don't want to belabor it, but I would think that might be a good idea. If it gets into the high category, Councillor, for example, we don't want people driving it, right? So I mean, that's a tough one. And then if it gets in there, and then and what we've heard is it's an optimum time to trade it in. You'd be looking at these numbers and saying, hey, I'm not going to give you that much for it because apparently it's in a critical condition or highly poor condition. Maybe removing the ranking is a good idea.
And we'll let Councillor Davis know when they come up for sale. Councillor Woodward.
Not going near that one with a 10-foot pole.
So after that, some of that discussion, I just want to revisit this one more time so I understand this, because I don't want to ask all these questions again next year. I want to actually learn and graduate to a different level next year. So I want to just talk about, again, this $1 million for these 10 trucks. So again, if there's a reserve there, which money in it to buy 10 trucks, and we say, no, we propose that we buy 5, continue renting 5, we could, or is there anything preventing us from taking $500,000 out of that reserve and moving it to buy something else? Nothing related to fleet whatsoever. Is that permitted?
I believe with the vote of council, I think you could do that.
But I can imagine it would be very uncomfortable if we started rating every reserve for every little project we wanted to fund. Would that be correct?
This is a non-statutory reserve, correct? So this gives us more flexibility, but just to give the model some clarity, if we need a dump truck, as an example, and that dump truck costs $100,000, we buy the dump truck from some source. It goes into the equipment fleet, and then the operational side of the equipment of the operations center would put in, if it's a 10-year life, $10,000 for that dump truck. So it'd be $10,000 a year in a straight line. So we pay capital, then we pay $10,000 a year for 10 years. At the end of the 10 years, then we've built up $100,000, truck goes away, some residual may come back, buy a new truck. Because it's a non-statutory reserve, we could rate it, but the challenge we have is then, in our example, that we've taken $10,000, we've taken out half of that, say $50,000, we're left with $50,000 with which to buy the new truck, or plus the recovery costs on it. So that's the problem with the model. That's why we traditionally don't go into that. Council could, however, say, we're not going to have an equipment reserve, we're going to rent all the vehicles. It's just that our experience has been that the rental costs and the other models cost more than this model.
Yeah, and so I think where I was going with this is that in the case of the write-up on this particular item, it was purchasing 10 trucks, which was no longer economic to rent, or it was more economic to purchase them than to continue to rent them,
right.
Which makes perfect sense to me. But we could say we'll buy 5, and then we could say, well, we'll wait another 5 years to buy the other 5, and that would give us $500,000 this year. Maybe that's, again, too simplistic.
I think that's closer, because we could buy 5, and then we could rent 5.
Right. So continue to rent 5, because it actually said in the write-up that we're renting them currently.
Correct.
So we could just continue to rent them, and this would free up this entire $1 million.
We would, in that case, if we could continue to rent the 10, we could do that, except that the cost then that we've given you would likely be higher over the business case for the acquisition and replacement, because it would be higher than it would be.
But if we bought 5,
right, then
we could buy 5 trucks, and then we could take the remaining 500 and fund Councillor Whitmarsh's traffic light. Would that be?
Council, because it's a non-statutory reserve, we have the flexibility to collapse it. It's created internally. Council could do that.
So we have to weigh the fact, is it continuing to rent 5 trucks for 5 years, or potentially not really finding the money for an important traffic light for some period of time? Is that? I'm just trying to understand how this works internally.
I'd just like to add, and I don't know if anyone can speak to it here, but one of the reasons why we're renting these trucks is because we haven't been able to find in the past few years, we haven't been able to come up with the property tax revenue to buy them. So we rent them, we pay a bit of a premium. So it's a problem in one area, I guess, trying to be alleviated, but I hear what you're saying. Roland's not here, is he?
No.
I just don't want Mr. Eady mad at me because he didn't get his trucks either. So,
one of the missing parts of that is we're actually paying more out of our operating work right now to pay for the rental trucks.
That's what it said, yeah.
Much paying a higher premium. we have been renting trucks for a while, but even if we go and you approve this and we buy it, we're not going to see these new trucks for almost a year at least. So we're going to continue paying rental. So we're continuing losing money. So it's kind of a false economy in some aspects.
But that is something that we could consider. I'm not necessarily going to make that motion, but that is something that could be considered to buy 5 and free up 500. Is it that simple?
Maybe if I could comment a little bit. It is definitely something that council could do by a motion. We could take money from any one of our non-statutory reserves and move it to something else. And I like the term false economy, because what happens then is we've rated a reserve and somehow it has to come back in there. So next year we're looking to do something, we're playing the shell game. And these reserves are set up to put stability into the different functions that the township has, so that stability is there, so that when they do need a truck, they're not looking for some funding source. It's a stable source of funding in each one. And other municipalities, other councils in other areas, sometimes it's a good idea to look at, and it's always a good idea to look at how do you reduce your taxes, but then you end up replacing it sometimes with rating reserves. And then 2 councils later, 2 budgets later, 3-4 budgets later, you're trying to find tax increases to bring those reserves back. So I think in being responsible with our funds and making sure that we have funds for the future, we build these reserves up so that we have an orderly replacement, whether it's a fire truck, a pickup truck, or road reserves. Trying to get that going. So. It's possible. Council can do it, and councils have done it. And I think it's running problems down the road. I don't know if that's a fair assessment. Mr. Backen's had a lot of experience around the municipal block, and maybe can talk about how it works in other municipalities. But we've seen that happen where reserves get depleted for a politically. I'm not saying this would be, but maybe a council comes in, they have something they want to do, and it's political for whatever reasons, political reasons. They raid their reserves and they build their whatever they want to build, and now subsequent councils have to make that up again with higher tax increases.
Yeah, and this one attracted my attention simply because it went from 0 trucks to 10 trucks.
Yeah.
And do we need 10, or could we rent 5 and own 5, and then save for another couple of years or 3 years to buy those 5, and then put that $500,000 to something that we may determine to be more important. I'm just going to put the idea out there. If somebody wants to move that for one of the other projects, after maybe public consultation, I'd like to just flag this and just leave it there. Something to consider over the next few weeks or the next couple of weeks if you want to look at that. But I think for me, I'd be quite happy to continue to rent them, at least a portion of them, 2 or 3 or 4 or 5, and own 5, and maybe put that money somewhere else. And then continue that. Then it just goes back on the page as maybe 150 for 3 years to buy the other 2 or 3 or 4 or whatever it is. And that would be an option where you're not. As long as we're aware that we're not going to start raiding all these reserves to pay for things, it's just a matter of, maybe that $1 million is jumping out off the page, and maybe just looking at it as an option, and I'll leave it out there to funding something as important as that intersection, for example. I'll just leave it at that. Thanks.
Worship, it's a very good comment because it's a policy issue in terms of priority. I think what Mr. Eadie's trying to say is that when we actually work out the numbers in terms of being responsible, in terms of minimizing the operating impact, this model works better. And I guess it's a bit of a philosophical question, but what we see is when we try to lease things, while we're very creditworthy because of the use we put the vehicles through, we may pay a higher percentage to lease it than we would actually to own it. That means that we may pay $120,000 over the life of the vehicle, even after a net present value calculation, as opposed to the $100,000. And that difference is what we're trying to save. Could it be done? Definitely it can be done because it's a non-statutory reserve. It's a bit philosophical, though, too, because in some cases businesses have owned their head office. In other cases, they've rented their head office or leased their head office. And it really comes down to the business case in terms of the residual value of the asset. What we do pick up in a very small way here is the residual value of the asset at disposition, which is also built back into the model. But it is also true that many businesses will actually sell their real estate and rent it back because then they have less hard assets and they're paying for it from their cash flow. It's almost philosophical in terms of whether we want to try to have those assets build up, which usually are depreciating assets, or whether we seek to actually have a lower overall operating cost, which in our case is the tax rate.
Yeah, so for here, I think for me again, 10 trucks, 0 trucks to 10 trucks, but more along the lines of where you're going with that is that I'm shocked that it's $500,000 for an intersection. So right now, a truck, 10 trucks, 100,000 a truck, or just pick numbers, 100,000 a truck. 10 years from now, the truck's probably still going to be 100,000 or 110. 10 years from now, is that intersection going to be 750,000? So are you better off to rent trucks for 5 years, build that intersection today at 500,000 rather than have it turn into 600 or 650 5 to 10 years from now? And I think that that's where I'm struggling, that when you're leasing vehicles or renting vehicles, you're essentially borrowing money at a higher rate. And then you're building an asset that is going to stay in the township for a long time, and you're building at today's construction costs, not deferring it 2, 3, 4 years, building it 2, 3, 4 years when maybe now it's 600,000 or 650,000 at the escalation of construction costs. So that's why I'm specifically tying it to a transportation asset that may cost a lot more 2 to 3, 4 years from now.
Thank you. Councilor Ferguson.
And I think we just continue the discussion. I mean, that same thing can be said. We talk about making improvement, either road intersections, lights, another thing could be say about borrowing. Do we borrow now for the future so we can get things done, or do we wait and do other things? So those are discussions that we have to be ongoing, because it makes sense to improve things, do things now based on things in the future be that much more money.
Okay, thank you. Okay, anything else on fleet services? Okay, so we'll move on to stormwater. And this is an exciting one. Anybody have anything on stormwater? Yeah, okay. All right, Councilor Richter.
I just wondered, and it's not on the funded list, and I don't want to move it up from the unfunded list, but why are wash bay improvements included under stormwater? That doesn't seem like it's a stormwater improvement.
Yeah, so is it
Worship,
being shared by different operations? It's a shared.
That's correct, Your Worship.
So each of our functions is sharing their portion, I guess, stormwater, trucks, and the wash bays for what, the vehicles? Or for,
that's correct.
Yeah, so different functions pay their portion of it so that it's spread out over the functions, so not one function takes the whole hit.
Okay. Also, this permit software that is funded for $43,750, like how many budgets is this permit software spread over?
So the total cost of the permit software, Ms. Sinclair, do you have the total cost? And again, I'm assuming it's being $400,000?
It's 4 times the 43,750.
Oh, 4 times.
So say 45, so now 180.
Yeah, okay, so 180 and being spread out over the different functions.
Areas,
yes, okay, 4 areas, thanks.
And I'd like to flag items on page 381, the Lower Mainland Flood Management Study for $10,000. It would seem to me that this would be good information for us to have, particularly in the context of climate change.
Okay. Okay, I got that flagged. This is a Richter flag. Okay, got it. Thanks. Councillor Woodward?
Yeah, I wanted to ask about the high priority annual top-up funding project. So again, this is something I'm trying. So rather than list the projects individually with a number attached to each one of them like the other ones, this is done as a 1.835, and then it lists 4 projects within there. I just wanted to ask procedurally, why is this not done like the other budget categories, such as transportation, which lists each of these separately with a number attached to them?
So between the 4 projects.
It's EN 504.
So the reason regarding this one is that the estimate on each of the project is unknown at this point. So this provide a envelope for all those projects.
So if you don't, so where did the 1.835 million come from then?
I think from the high level, they were just coming up with $2 million. and there's just separated out from operating revenue and.
Okay, so what would be the contingency involved in some of those then? Just to get a general idea, being built in, is it 25, 30% or slightly higher again? Is that accurate?
That's correct, Your Worship, about 25%, 20, 25.
Well, this drew my attention, obviously, because it's being funded from operating revenue, the full amount. So there's no opportunity to fund this from another category. It's coming straight out of operating revenue.
That's correct.
So the challenge here, of course, is given the tax increase that we're facing this year, when they're not listed individually and they're sort of all lumped in a high category, it's hard for me to differentiate. So if I delayed one, do I delay a 500,000? Is there other ways? Like, it's hard to break this out, given that it's going straight to operating revenue for the full amount, and maybe not delay one or two per year like we do on other projects. Is there some way to move it to that, or is this too complicated?
Your Worship, Mr. Larson has some details that I don't know if Councillor Woodward is aware of or not. It's actually shown on one of the sheets. Mr. Larson, would you like to?
Yeah, maybe I am missing something. Yeah. Yeah, so on the sheet for EN 504, it does list the 4 projects, and it lists where they are on 200th Street, 253rd, and Zero Avenue, right? But what I'm trying to understand is it possible, like, that's great to know that they're aging infrastructure and they need to be replaced, but they're not ranked. They're sort of lumped into high. All 4 are lumped in as one number rather than how it's done for other categories. And since it's, again, coming right out of operating revenue, it's hard to say, this one's 500 and this one's 100, 100, 100. Maybe there's one that's really expensive we could delay 1 year or partially fund this year and partially fund next year to reduce that tax increase. But given the way this is lumped in, it's very difficult to try to get there.
Just for your information, for your worship, it's unlikely that we can fund all 4 projects with $2 million. Typically, we're looking at close to $1 million for these projects. And usually large diameter box culverts that are fairly deep. And as you can see, 2 of them are 200th Street, so there's a lot of logistical considerations to go in. And part of the reason we don't know whether or not 100% whether a specific project will be done in 2019 or not is because they all require environmental permitting. And there's a severe backlog in that process right now. So typically, if we applied in 2018, late 2018 for work, we may or may not get permits in time to do the work in 2019.
So is it fair to summarize this is acting somewhat as a reserve, that we're putting $2 million into it and you're getting as much of these done as you can within the budget year? That's what it sounded like.
Like a contingency.
Yeah, so there's a level of uncertainty around cost and timing. So we put in $2 million and then you do the best you can to execute as much of this as possible within that $2 million.
Correct. This is a model that we followed for several years, and I think typically we spend probably currently verified at 95% of budget on an annual basis.
With the challenge being, depending on which projects get approval, sometimes some will be approved and some won't. So I think that's maybe why they lump them, is because that way they know that there's likelihood that a couple will be approved by DFO or MOE.
And it drops down to $1 million, just because you don't know what the projects are for the next budget cycle. So it may change back up to 2 or drop back down, or.
There are actually 2, but $1 million is unfunded at this time.
Yes, but that's in 2020, right? So is it unreasonable, because I don't want to delay important projects, is it unreasonable that if there is potentially some delay that we ended up taxing the public, $800,000 or $750,000 that never gets spent this year, that we could maybe drop this down to 1.5 and shave $500,000 from the operating revenue tax increase this year? Is that acceptable?
But just to, Mr. Backen will have a comment, but I think what happens is, let's say it's $2 million is the bucket, and $1.5 million is spent. There's $500,000 that, yes, the taxpayers funded it this year, but that $500,000 doesn't disappear. It goes back into that project in 2020. So you're going to ask the taxpayer to pay for it this year or next year, and sure, it's tempting to say, well, let's make it 1.5, and we can make it 1.5. Council has that authority, but next year we're going to need that money anyway. So if it's not spent, it doesn't fall off someplace else. It still goes to that project next year.
No, I think I understand that. That's helpful, but I think I understand that. So, but in this year, when we're facing McLeod, which we haven't gotten to yet, and we're already looking at a lot of non-discretionary items, which may disappear next year, we're looking at a relatively steep increase because we only did 2.5 last year for some reason. And so here we are this year. I'm trying to find some creative ways to spread this out a little bit more. And if it's 500 here, 500 there, potentially we can drop the tax increase by 1%, up to 1%, for potentially money that isn't even going to get spent, Mr. Mayor.
That's right. But the
So
next
I'd
year,
like to flag
but the next
this,
year we're
but-
putting back on again. That's all I'm saying. Is that next year?
If I could probably help a little bit, because it can be flagged, but the challenge we're facing is 10 years ago, we saw virtually no culvert failures. 5 years ago, they started to creep in. That caused us to do a pretty extensive analysis. Even with that analysis, occasionally, such as 200th Street last year, you'll see a failure where the culvert actually collapses. It's because of that tendency as the infrastructure ages, say with the 50-year lifespan, they've allocated a reserve to try to get to as many of the critical projects as they can. The impediment is not the delivery of the project, it's the other level of government approvals because of the timing it takes. I would think that it's a matter of risk. A truck one rents versus buys is not a high risk. It's still going to be worthy on the road. The challenge with the culverts is when they collapse, they of course create sinkholes and bad things happen. And the stormwater folks have been advocating for significantly more money for some time. And there's a degree of risk and comfort. And this is just one of these spots where we're just saying it certainly can be reviewed further, but it is pushing that comfort envelope because we are seeing some failures. It's not that we can say we think they're going to happen. We've seen them and we're trying to actually address them. So it is there. It's just that it's a risk versus a timing issue.
I definitely don't want bad things to happen, so I definitely appreciate that. And that's not the intent, of course, is to do that. It's to try to maybe spread this out. Maybe you could do 1.5 this year and 1.5 next year rather than 2 and 1.
No, we certainly could. What I'm trying to communicate is
Yeah.
I think if they had their preference, it would be to have $4 million per year going towards this. So we've scaled it back primarily because of pragmatic of things, because of the DFO MOE backlog. The risk, there are still many high-risk projects. If council, though, has to determine which is more important, and a good example is intersections, because, of course, there's traffic movements there. My only comment was that, as opposed to equipment, now you're seeing why these are high versus equipment being medium. Equipment means the crew may be not moving around for a day as the truck is being repaired, but nothing bad happens, whereas we saw with some of the failures, it's challenging.
Yeah, and so I think for me, I also keyed on the fact that it's not rated critical, and so I certainly don't want to motivate the rating system to change to address these objections. So if it's high, it doesn't necessarily mean it draws attention, but and I'll leave it there. It doesn't I don't want to do it if there's some resistance towards it, but I don't think that we need to do it. And then if we're going to be taxing the public for money that doesn't even get spent, it doesn't seem to make a lot of sense to me. Thanks.
Thank you. I've got one. Yeah, that's one question on that. And we're looking at the annual stormwater infrastructure replacement. Was that the $2 million pocket? The second line, yeah. So the 165, 629 prior year surplus. Last year, was there, and I don't recall, was there a $2 million, same $2 million, and that 165 was left over and came right over? So you
spent almost all that.
Yeah, so I'm just saying, that's where that 165 would have come from?
No, the prior year's surplus is actually coming from the operating surplus.
Okay,
Yeah.
thanks. I didn't know if it came from that. Okay.
So how much was budgeted last year and did get spent? Just to get an idea of how much of it gets spent.
Yeah, I don't have last
You don't
year's
have that
here.
in front
Yeah,
of me, so
sorry.
maybe I'll just flag that, and
Sure.
then you can get that to us, and we can send it to the public and see, and then we can still discuss it further later. Thank
Right.
you.
Councilor Whitmarsh?
Just a comment on that one. I think that the request shows up to $4 million probably is what's actually needed. So this is a request that's half the amount. I don't think that we're going to have an abundance of money left over as we work into these 4 projects. So I'm not sure this is the place to try and save. My question was around on here, Operations Center wash bay improvements. Now, I noticed earlier we had this same item come up twice, one under water and one under, I think, was it sewer maybe? And they're both inside the budget. And then this time we come to the same item, but it's outside. And I'm wondering, is that because we're just planning to do 2/3 of the improvements this year and 1/3 of the improvements would be done in a different year? Is that the reason that we're going to spend 250 instead of the 375 that's actually needed?
So the reason that the water and sewer was able to fund it was because within their reserve there is actually funding. So we were actually able to apply to those projects. But unfortunately, within the stormwater and transportation, it just didn't meet the priority of all the other projects.
Right.
So we didn't have enough funding to fund it.
So I guess the question is, if you have 2/3 of the money, can you go ahead and do 2/3 of the project and leave 1/3? Is that the suggestion, that there'd be 1/3 of the project left over for a subsequent budget year?
I think Mr. Stephanie has.
Oh, Your Worship, I think if this budget is approved by Council as is, it will have to wait until the remaining funding is available, ideally as part of next year's budget, and then the work can continue.
So what we're doing is putting the money aside, and then when the money's all there, then the project goes.
Okay, so
spreading
we're
it out.
basically taking the money from the other areas and putting it aside as surplus, and then next year we'll have the money to actually do the project. Is that what's happening?
It will come forward as a carry forward project in next year's budget, because it will have been budgeted as a project in water and in sewer. So it won't come forward as surplus, but it will come forward as this project in the carry forward, as previously approved.
Right.
So it won't come in front. It won't come here, because it would have already been approved today, or this process, and then it'll just be part of the carry forward program of capital.
Right, but this third that's on, the third here with stormwater, that would come to council
That
next
would come
year.
to council, correct.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, I think that kind of extinguishes the speakers list. We had Councillor Richter had flagged $10,000 for the Lower Mainland Road Management Study. Councillor Richter, did you wish to move that to be put the same wording as we used on the other ones? Okay. No. Okay, so whichever motion you'd like. If you want to move it into the funded.
Yes, I want to move it into the funded.
Okay, it's moved and seconded by Councillor Woodward. Discussion on that. Councillor Ferguson.
Real quick, I know that today we discussed the environmental implications of stormwater in Metro Vancouver, and so they have a plan, and they also have a report, so that might be worthwhile, whether it saves us 10,000 or not, but it might be worth to look at. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'll call the question on moving that into funded. Carries unanimously. And Councillor Woodward, Councillor Woodward.
Yeah, another question for Ms. Sinclair. If you recall, on Monday, there was, I don't have but we don't have to find the slide, but there was a series of reserves, and one of them was water, and it was $8 million in water, and we were discussing $8 million in water and $1 million over there, and there was this $8 million reserve for water projects. The stormwater projects qualify for that, for funding from that reserve? No, so water's not water. Water's water, stormwater is stormwater.
Correct.
Okay, I just want to clarify. Thank you. Yeah.
Alrighty, fire. We've got a few items here, and any questions on those? Councillor Woodward.
So on the fire reserve, this is again, I want to use this one as a good example going forward. So where we're topping up reserves to buy stuff. Maybe we're buying it now, maybe we're not. This one, again, of course, coming out of a reserve or coming out of a surplus, it doesn't really indicate. But I'd like to flag this one for more information. So how much is in this reserve and how many trucks have we bought? What is it for? I struggle with the lack of visibility into some of these top-up reserves. So how many trucks have we planned for? How many have we bought? How many have we set aside for? How many do we have, et cetera? How do I get this information?
So that can all
come later?
It'd be brought to you at any time. Just maybe it'd be good to get some answers on how the fire reserve works. I know there's it's not quite as simple as the fleet reserve because of some other requirements that are imposed on us. So maybe we could comment on that, either the chief or Ms. Sinclair, on how the reserves work for the fire apparatus and why there's the need to replace them at certain times that really are beyond our control. I think it's different standards and regulations that we have to follow. Mr. Nam?
So the fire equipment replacement reserve, currently there is a budgeted 1.47 million that goes into that reserve annually. This is set up based on a schedule to allow us to do replacement based on their life cycle. So within the fire area, they have a schedule that shows at what time each fire engine or rescue truck needs to be replaced, and we try to put enough in that reserve to cover for that each time. Currently, this reserve is actually not adequate based on the schedule that is in place right now.
So these schedules, you could send me one as an example to learn on how we're deficient in the reserve and what the projection is to spend the reserve on. You could send me that as one example, and I could look at that and choose to maybe not raise it or raise it again. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks. All right, police services, looks like they are doing some improvements to the building there, and so that's where that is going. Any questions on that? Okay, we'll move on to recreation and culture. Okay, recreation and culture, we've got things that are being held off, which are, I see staff. Now, just a little background. When we look at this, there's inside and outside, but every one of these has been requested by the different departments to be inside. And through the process of negotiations between the finance department and the different departments, it's determined which ones can wait, which ones can't. So there has been a bit of a vetting here that every one of these really could be inside, but because of the desire to keep the budget at a certain level and also to stay within our reserves.
When it comes to capital, through your worship, when it comes to capital sources, we have our reserves. We have certain sources that are finite. So in these cases, we ask the departments to rank their projects from critical, as you've seen, critical 1, 2, 3, and then high 1, 2, 3. Sometimes high can go as much as high down to like 45, and we literally just apply the money that if there's. In many cases, the money, as we talked about fire and the public works vehicles, in many cases the money is identifiable to an area. So we just apply the money until we've hit as much as the money will hit. And then the priorities that fall below that line, they don't get funded.
They wait for the next year.
Yeah, they wait for the next one. And then there's other reasons that's just sort of a first vet. It's not to say that it doesn't come to this table and council may see a project that's slightly lower and say that's important to me for different reasons than just ranking, and it can be moved up as we've seen happen tonight.
That's right. Thanks for that. Councillor Whitmarsh?
Yeah, I just had a question through to staff on the first item of arena lacrosse equipment. And is this, I imagine that lacrosse sticks and those things are expensive. Is this where we would supply sticks for the community to use, or what sort of equipment falls into this for 190,000?
Your worship, sticks are expensive, but probably not quite that expensive. It's just the write-up's a little bit, I guess, misleading in a way. What this is actually for is it's for an insulated ice deck that goes on top of the ice in the arena, and then allows various uses on that deck. So it could be a concert or graduation ceremony, or installing lacrosse turf on top of it. What's driving the timing so we could use that at any point for the arena. What's driving the timing for 2019 is we do have the World Indoor Lacrosse Championships that are in September, and we're actually hoping to have some of those games played out in Aldergrove. So in order to have the ice in late August, beginning of September, for the ice users to have camp and all that, then we'll put down the deck and the turf, we'll play some of those international games, and then go back to ice. So it's actually for the deck that goes on top of the ice.
On top of ice, but between and below the turf?
Correct.
Is that correct? So and is this stored at the ACUCC? Like, is it rolled, or is it sheets, or what is it?
It's basically 4x8 sheets. I laugh because I know Rob doesn't have enough storage, so I think we're going to be looking at storing it probably off-site somewhere, but using it at Aldergrove.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anything else on recreation culture? Okay, we'll move on to facility management. There's several pages on facility management, lots of facilities here. Any questions on facility management? Anybody? Okay, move on to the airport. And there always seems to be resurfacing something over there, but lots of activity happening there. And okay, nothing there. Move on to information technology, IT. I did airport. Oh, sorry. If you wanted to add something, I mentioned airport. No, okay, yeah. So move on to information technology. Anything? Everybody's getting their iPads figured out. Okay. Corporate administration and fiscal. Mr. Backen, maybe just comment a little bit on the Museum Heritage Center and Development, the 28 million capital surplus reserves, and others 8 million. The others 8 million, do we know where that's coming from?
Certainly, Your Worship. This is effectively Mr. Tulamello's office, nothing more,
okay.
a large
So
desk.
It's the mahogany paneling and the boardroom table. Okay.
This is actually a good example of some of the funding. The $20 million capital surplus and reserves is actually dependent upon the land transaction. So this is the I'm going to label it a joint venture, but it's much more complicated than that, where we're going to exchange land for infrastructure. The $8 million is an estimate then for the FF&E of the internal building itself, and that amount is hopefully going to come from some grants. We've had some preliminary discussions. There's many positive signs, but they haven't been received yet. The good news is, because of the length of the project, while this envelope is created, it wouldn't be finished to this year. However, the impact on the general taxpayer is at this point nil, because of course it's coming from the land being vended in, and then from the grants coming hopefully from a third party.
Okay, thank you. All right, that was a large number. I wanted to have some comment on that. Community development. Anything on community development? Okay. Hey. Do you not get community development? It's got a few little. It's on his. It's right up here in front of you. Yeah. Some mailing equipment and placeholders and outside. Yeah. Mailing equipment, $20,000 is the big one. Yeah. Some stamps. All right. We'll move on to the next part of your presentation.
This slide shows the operating impact of capital for the next 5 years based on the submission, and on the side we've identified the larger project that creates these operating impact.
Okay.
For this slide, it was presented in the operating as well. This is operating impact from the contributed asset by neighborhood and development.
Okay. Thank you.
So that brings us to the end of the capital presentation.
Okay.
We want to swing back to the map?
Yes.
Probably.
Yeah. Then we're going to go back to
The
map. McLeod Athletic Park, is that?
Map.
For the budget process. There we go. Okay, I got it. Okay, so that's the handouts everybody's received,
Yeah.
and also in front of us. Okay, maybe you can tell us what you came up with in the last couple of days, sleepless nights.
So this was taking the feedback from the last presentation about getting a little more aggressive with revenues, and we've been able to identify some areas of savings to apply towards this project. So the whole entire project is the 5.1 million showing there on the bottom corner. We identified approximately $1 million in investment earnings that we're going to increase the budget by, and half of that has gone to reducing the operating increase that brought us down to the 4.75 on the operating side, and the other half is coming here.
4.95.
4.95, sorry,
thanks,
yeah. And the other half is coming here. And then we talked about some savings in the planted area maintenance contract, and half of that is also in operating and half of it is coming here. There's a Parks Asset Replacement Reserve that they've been accumulating money in the reserve from the fees and charges as they are charged. A portion goes into revenue and a portion goes into the reserve. And so there's that money in that reserve. There's one-time prior year surplus that we talked about for the ACUCC. It was a bit of a contingency, and it's brought here to show here. And then the debt retirement reserve, we reworked the numbers in the debt retirement reserve, pulled them out, like moved them along farther along the process into 2019, added interest, and we calculated there's about 2.5 million in the debt retirement reserve that can be applied to this project. So we're left with 577,000 that we would need to come up with from various other reserves and surpluses that we'll have to look for nickel and dime.
Like we were talking about earlier.
Yeah. Just more of what we've been talking about all night.
Okay. Okay, I'll open up for any questions that we have of staff, and then we'll look at some direction. Councillor Richter.
I still don't know why we're doing this. I think the only thing we should be doing is the track and field improvements. I also had a question as to, it says there that this was referred to the 2018 budget, but was there ever anything put in the 2018 budget for it?
I believe that it started out in the 2018 budget, and then the timing of it came into the consideration of when we would include it, which year we would include it. So we bumped it out to 2019 because it wasn't going to actually be happening until 2021 and 2022.
Okay. Well, I mean, this track and field meet, isn't it taking place in the summer?
I'm assuming so.
2021.
Summer of 2021, yeah.
Oh,
and 22, right?
And 22,
having
yeah.
a leaky roof probably isn't a big thing in the summer here.
But
maybe we don't need to do that one. I would just like to see us go with the track and field improvements of the 1.8 million, because that's what we said we would do. And I think the rest of the money that you've come up with should go to other more pressing priorities in the budget. I don't think giving McLeod Athletic Park a major facelift for the sake of 2 weeks of track meet is worth the money that we have to put into it. It's not a good expense in my opinion.
Thank you. So any more questions of staff? And we'll deal with it through a resolution and amending, we'll go through a process on this so we can get a direction at the end of it. But right now, we can just ask any questions of staff. Councillor Woodward.
Yeah, thanks. I just have some questions about this. This is pretty cool, actually. So, I think I spent like about a week trying to find 500 grand, and here comes 5 million. Contribution to capital. So can you explain to me, I just want to understand the process. So increased investment earnings, what is that?
So I mentioned in the operating budget 2 items. Investment earnings, I felt comfortable that we could increase the budget by approximately $1 million on investment earnings. I'd been conservative over the last few years with where rates have been. So what we did to do that is we recognize $1 million more budget for investment earnings, and in opposition to that budget, we let half of it fall to the bottom line of the operating to help it out, and the other half we made put in the line that's called contribution to capital. So it gets thrown over the wall into the capital program, and that's where we're seeing it here.
Is there a slide that we can see the impact on the property tax, the operating income property tax increase, also being assisted by these small adjustments? We don't have to do it. I'm just curious if that exists. We can see that prior to voting on this. I'd just like to know exactly how we're affecting the property tax increase versus funding this capital improvement, if that's possible.
Yes, we have that schedule that shows us coming down to the 4.95.
I'd like to see that eventually here. So that'd be great while we discuss this.
Sure.
Funded from contract savings in planted area maintenance, 250. So what's that?
That was a $500,000 preferable contract that we let for planted area maintenance. So we were able to reduce the budget for planted area maintenance across the township. And we're, again, like within the investment earnings, we're using half of it to bring the tax rate down in operating and half of it over to capital.
Right. Parks Asset Replacement Reserve.
That is a reserve that Parks has, and a mechanism to feed that reserve is through the fees and charges. A portion of every fee and charge in that parks area goes to, some of it comes into revenue and a portion of it goes over to the parks asset replacement reserve.
Debt retirement reserve. So that one's one that's interesting to me. So
Yeah.
we have a reserve called debt retirement.
Right.
Okay.
And that's the one where we, when we have a project that started, and I use the East Langley Water Supply as an example, when we have a project where we've budgeted for debt servicing, but the project doesn't get started right away, it might be delayed by 1 or 2 years, and in the case of East Langley, it was 2 or 3 years, then we move what would have been debt servicing payments. If we just left them, they would fall to surplus, but we move them into the debt retirement reserve. So then we can use that money to do a multitude of things. We can either borrow less when the time comes, or we can use that fund for internal borrowing for other projects, or it is also just a reserve, which is we're using it here just as a reserve.
So the 2.5, there's not 2.5 on the other side, obviously. So this
No,
one,
this is just coming into capital.
all went on to this one, all into capital.
Correct.
And then miscellaneous reserves and surplus, just shaving each reserve by a little bit.
Yeah.
And that makes sense as well. So yeah, I think this is interesting. I really want to dig in and learn the reserves and the status and a lot of these policies, but of course it's not going to happen in a week. So really appreciate your patience through this process to bring myself, a new councillor, up to speed. So, but I am going to express and echo some of that frustration. So, I think one of the first emails I sent was if I could get a summary of the tax increases for the last 3 budgets. And to go from 2.5, where this was referred to 2018, but none of this was funded in 2018, is that correct?
Of MAP?
Yes.
Correct, yeah.
Yeah, so we send a 2.5% tax increase to the public in an election year, not funding a commitment made by the prior council, and now I'm facing a 4 to 5% tax increase where, we had last year, we had 2.5, so I can't say, I must admit I'm a little frustrated by that, to be then funding a major capital project like this when it should have been funded, at least partially, in the 2018 budget.
So we'll try and keep this as questions. We can have it's a good point.
We're discussing the project.
No, we're asking questions of staff at this point, and we'll have motions to actually get through this so we can get direction and discussion. But just questions of staff right now on this. And those are good questions. Yeah. No, that's fine. Yeah, thanks. Whitmarsh, Councillor Whitmarsh.
Yes, thank you. We received 2 handouts. One was the one that's in front of us, which is all the budget numbers. There was a second handout which included a parking concept here. Is this parking concept included within the numbers that are on the front page? Is that part of this $5.1 million? Is this
yes
parking? It's in the 1.9? Yeah. So when it says arrival point and plaza, that includes this parking lot?
Yeah.
And is that all new spots? I'm having a little bit, even though I spent a lot of time at Cloud, I'm having trouble looking at the map here. Is that all, that's all new spots, correct, from what we have now, or is that?
So that's south of is that south of the approach road? I forget what street that is, but the road goes past the crossbox and the other parking lot, which is on the north side, and then it makes a sharp left to go north.
The pink, is that LSS, the pink sort of buildings?
Yeah, that's the school building.
Okay.
So you're into that grassy
area. So, so these are all new stalls. And what's the total number of stalls?
It's
Do we know there? I mean, I could add it, but I thought maybe we knew right now.
150.
125, 130?
About 200 and some.
240. Oh, I see. Yeah, okay. Yeah, 240. And that's in the 1.9?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's great. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, that is great. And I think it's great you've done this thing, but others have said, you found this for this. Is there an opportunity to find this for other things? My question is, do we have in our budget, do you have a chart with all our reserves in it and what's in it? Is it in this budget?
We had a summary in the budget, but we've
I was looking all over the place for it. You don't know what page it is, or do you? I know I got a purple color page.
17, so it's probably, if it's one off, it's 18. Number 17, page 17.
Okay, and those are in millions of dollars?
Yep.
Okay. So where in this one would this particular come from? This is the, I'm looking at the
These are
Delay debt servicing, debt retirement.
Oh, that was the very last line where you see debt reserve 8 and the 1. That's the
What
one.
came out of there?
We updated all the reserves today. We added interest to them all. We're just going through the 2018 year-end process right now, so we kind of jumped ahead of that process a little bit and brought interest earnings in and a few other things to update the reserves. So that was actually where the 2.5 came from.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Kunst?
So the park arrival point in Plaza, everything else on here is not quite as exciting to me as that point, because actually when you go there, it seems like the only thing that's really unfinished, because when you actually go, there's no place to buy a ticket. Now I see that we have extra parking, which will actually bode well for all the softball. Slow pitch there was always an issue where people are parking on the streets, their cars are getting hit by balls. So if there's actually more parking there, that might, make the softball people happy. Is there any way that can be a higher priority than the roof?
Maybe I can help.
Okay.
What I'm going to do is I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 line items here. We're going to vote on each one, so each member of council can decide if it's more important or not, and go through it that way, because I hear lots of different things, and I think the fair way to do it is we just vote on each one. So it's hard to ask, but staff could maybe comment on their priorities, but each one is a very different project, so I think we can decide as a council what we want to proceed with, unless we need more information on the specific item, if that helps clarify the process I'll follow. Okay, Councillor Richter? Yeah. Oh, sorry, Councillor Richter, and then I'll go to Long.
Yeah, we're sending however much, $45 worth of sidewalk repairs out to the public to give a yay or nay on. Why wouldn't we send this out to the public to give a yay or nay on?
I think that's what the whole purpose of this is. We'll be making some decisions on what's going to go out to the public. If we decide to do nothing here, this isn't going out to the public. But if we do decide to go to the public, then is that correct, Mr. Backen? Yeah. So we'll be voting on sending this to the public, if that helps clarify. Councillor Long?
Yeah, so everything we're doing today is going to go to the public. So, but on this concept, Your Worship, of separating them, is there some economy of scale that we might be missing by separating it? Does staff look at this as an overall project with all 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? Is it 7? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 projects are. If we decide to defeat 1 or 2 of them, is there some savings that we're missing on?
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
We get some comment from staff on just the project, but
They bought it twice in one big package, right?
that's right. But I think we're going to end up with division, and because I hear different things, that some want to are supporting one thing and not the other. So we want to get a council decision on this. Mr. Winsley, do you have any comments?
Sure, I can speak on behalf of the group. There's a lot of individual parts of this that are sitting in the audience as well, but Mr. Neufeld had a chance to brief me before he went away. I think generally speaking, staff have tried to break these segments out into things that could be completed either independently or as a package. There's definitely going to be some of them, especially when it comes to things such as concrete work and that would probably be tendered together. So there will be some economies of scale. The Javelin area irrigation, I know it's a small amount of money, but that would probably be done together with the rest of the track and field improvements, for example. So definitely there will be a little bit of savings. The project in general, question was asked about the drop-off point, ticket booth plaza. On the right, I know it's not the best concept plan probably that you've ever been presented, but it was put together just to make sure we can make things fit. And on the right-hand side of that shows the drop-off area, some ticket booths, some enhanced fencing, kind of a plaza space. It's not developed at this point, but staff and our user groups in particular have identified that need for years, ever since we built that grandstand in terms of a special arrival point. So in terms of the overall project, that's really important, as well as accessible parking stalls. As Councillor Whitmarsh pointed out, a little bit hard to tell where this is, but as the Mayor pointed out, this is the kind of the snake road that goes through there, and it's not safe or appropriate to park on the sides of the road. So handicap accessible parking has always been a challenge, so that's a big addition for us. And then obviously highlighted those track and field improvements that need to be made for the championship. So that's a little bit of an overview and hopefully answers the question about economies as best we can.
Thank you. Now, another question I have, for you is, you mentioned it's improvements for the championship, but these improvements are for all of our users. Like fixing a roof is important no matter what happens in that stadium, because we have other users that use it. And doing these improvements are improvements that are lasting legacy, and maybe the impetus is this project or these games that are coming. However, these improvements make it a better facility. I know I used the example of the Langley Event Center last time. We've made several improvements to that, and it's really a showpiece in the valley. People, the teams that are there, the fans that come, it's made a better experience. So I see this as similar to that. It's not money we're throwing away, but I do want to, at this point, just ask council if there's any discussion they have, and then what we'll do is we'll go through line by line and vote on it. But rather than discuss each line, I'm going to open it up for discussion right now, and I'm just going to kind of, yeah, and so then we'll go to the vote. So I got Councillor Woodward, and then
this is a question about the summary. Sure. I'll leave the political commentary.
You can do the political commentary.
Do that later. Yeah. So I just on the fleet. What is it? The facilities page. I want to clarify what's happening with the 5.1 versus the 4.8. So that the 250 is already inside the facilities envelope. So, but yet at the top here you've got 5.1, and then of course it zeroes out at the bottom. Would that be 4.863 at the top and then zeroing out at the bottom? Did I just find 250,000? I just want to.
Part of the.
Is that? So I'm just curious, if you could just outline for me what's happening with that 250 in regards to already being on the other list.
It would be part of the 577,050.
So that's in there.
You're quite right to point that out. Yeah.
Okay, so that makes sense. So I did not just find 250,000. Okay, so that clarifies that for me. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Whitmarsh.
Yeah. So are you wanting to speak to each of these individual items or as a whole?
It'd be good if you have anything to say, we'll say
just
it now.
Speak it as a
whole. We just
okay.
Go through 6 votes.
All right.
That
well,
works for council.
I think it's. I think this is a facility that serves a lot of purposes for us in the township. We have football goes there. We have softball that plays there. We have baseball there. We have lots of other activities. People use the track on a regular basis. It's a great facility, and we have to invest in our facilities. We have to keep improving them. And I think we have built a reputation of being a very strong community for sport tourism, and it makes sense that we should continue to be a strong place for sport tourism. It brings lots of money into our economy. There's a lot of economic benefits as well as emotional benefits for our community. So, I think these are hard to separate and pull out. We could just do the track and improve it, but that certainly wouldn't create a dynamic facility that people could be proud of and be really excited about for other events. And so, if you start throwing in the arrival point plaza and the 300 rough parking spots that we significantly need, you have to fix the grandstand because the roof because it's leaking and it's got problems in the winter, and that facility is used a lot in the winter time as well. It doesn't leave too many items left over. There's a couple of smaller items that we could eliminate, but it just seems to me that this is such a great opportunity to continue the kind of work that we're doing in Langley, and I'm fully supportive. I think staff has come up with some really creative opportunities and ways to do that, and I know we have lots of needs in our community, but one of the needs is to have a great community that we're proud of and to have great opportunities for us to be emotionally connected as a community. So those needs never go away, and I think we should support this.
Thank you. No, not yet. No, we're not moving yet. Councillor Richter.
Yeah, well, I have the opposite point of view to Councillor Whitmarsh. We had like 125 items on our council priority workshop list, which we narrowed down to 6. This was nowhere to be seen on that list, and I feel like this has been sprung on us from left field. And I don't think it's fair in this budget year, which we know is a tough budget year. I mean, we were first told that it was going to be a 7.47% cost driver potential tax increase. We were told at the beginning of tonight 4.95%. Even that's still too high, and it's not fair to the tax-paying public to spend this amount of money for a 2-week event. And I'm sorry, I just don't think it's the right thing to do. It's 5.1 million that we don't have to spend. Well, we have to spend 1.8 because we agreed to host this thing. But I don't think hosting this thing is going to be handicapped by not having irrigation and roof and arrival points and all the rest of it.
Thank you. Councillor Davis?
Okay, so we're going to talk about this, and then we're going to split them up by categories.
I'm going to go by each one, just so it's clear.
Okay, on this parking lot, over 50 years ago, I tried out for a football team, and they told me I was too heavy. But I look on, and I mentioned this to Mr. Winsley on the way up the elevator. It says financial planning principles. One, it says here, of the 6 pillars, be responsive to citizens' needs. So what I'm getting, I'm having a couple issues on this, because anytime, as Councillor Long just whispered to me, anytime we spend money on a sporting event or anything like that, it's for our community. And so I don't know if we really need to dress it up for an event, but we can't let a roof that leaks not fix it. The roof has to be fixed, because if you don't put a roof on a barn, 5 years down the road, it's just going to rot. So I like the idea of the parking lot because I think that this facility, quite often I've seen it's, you can't get parking, and it's all the way down the road, and it's over by the church. And there's lots of parking around when I think about it, but we're sharing parking. Anyhow, I do feel like all of a sudden, wham, this did come down. We didn't see this. But I think I'm going to try to split it up a little bit. I think that it is important that we have, because we're obligated, and I think that there's a really good, I think whether or not it's got flags flying, I think people are going to come and enjoy it and remember their experience at the games. But I'm concerned about spending the whole lot. Anyhow, those are just my points.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I tried out for that same team that Councillor Davis did. The rumor is they sent me to Edmonton. I did want to say that, we're planning for the future. I know there's an event coming up, but we are planning for the future. And this is I call it like a world-class facility. We've done an awful lot of things. I mean, most of our kids have played either soccer or they ran in some track and field events. Of course, the what do they call that? The cancer thing is there, and a number of other events are there. It's a world-class facility, and doing these things is just going to improve us for the future. If we do it now and for the future, it's going to continue to be a benefit to the community. So I'm certainly going to support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Worship. I guess I'm looking at this as an opportunity just to underline the idea that in a really tough budget year, I think that it really should be up to the public to make some kind of determination, because as a council, we're trying to balance the different interests and issues, and it's very difficult for me to look at all the safety requirements that we have, for traffic and making sure that our public is protected, and then look at this cost that's relative to, I understand there's economic value in doing this, and that we do need to maintain our infrastructure, but to me it really underlines the necessity of doing more proactive planning. So if we are going to commit as a council to say that we're going to undertake some kind of big event like this, I think we need to be a little bit more strategic in making sure that we do have adequate funding, and also that there is an awareness of how much these things are going to cost, because it's obvious to me it can't be amortized in any kind of way. We've got a roof here, and it does. To me, it's reminiscent of the original discussions on McLeod Park when it started in the first place. Once infrastructure became put in that site, it became just, now we need another thing. And it was a very similar conversation to what it is today at the council meeting, struggling to try and find the money from a budget when we don't actually have it readily at hand. And so I know we're also trying to get to a place where we're looking at investments so we have more of a longer-term understanding of the cost of maintaining them. I know this is an upgrade, but it seems to me that it's good. I guess we're looking at each line item, but I think that overall we should have done some more due diligence in discovering that. I think Councillor Woodward made a very good point, that we really didn't include this in a prior budget year when we should have, if this was our intention. And we ought to have known that we wanted to have a stellar area for these athletes to come, because we do want to shine. So it's a challenge now to look at it in a year where we do have extraordinary cost. And so I'm probably going to be very selective in what I support in this.
Thank you, Councillor. So we're okay with time on the procedural bylaw? Just to be clear.
Yes, Your Worship.
Okay, so.
On a special.
Okay, thanks. Thank you. Okay, Councillor Woodward.
I just want to clarify, is this a new roof or replacement roof for the item grandstand roof?
It's a replacement.
It's a replacement.
Sorry.
I got to get down there and check it out, because
It's like, it has a roof that's old, so it's the equivalent of putting new shingles on an old roof, but it's much more complicated.
Not really. It's not building new covered area. No. So I got to get down there.
Your
and
house
really
has a
look
roof.
at it.
You take the roof off, put a new roof on, so the structure's there. This is resurfacing the roof.
Yeah. Okay. So when should we start commenting on these items? You want to wait and move each one individually?
I'd rather we have the discussion now, then we can. If you have an item you want to talk about it now. Because,
talk about it now.
Because then we can just go through the votes without
Just
bogging
go through
down.
the votes, bogging down with debate. Okay.
Yeah, so if there's
that pesky debate. Okay.
Well, no, it's good, but we can do it all in one
do it all
shot.
at once. Okay. Because I must admit I don't want to be someone who doesn't support sporting events that have been committed to by the Township of Langley. But never tell me again the Township of Langley doesn't have any money, because, this I'm definitely struggling with this, that, we don't have any money for roads. No local roads can be paved, and we can't fix 208, no money, and then, $5 million. And I must admit, I've been lectured a few times at the table here about politics versus governance, but to me, it's not good governance to do a 2.5% tax increase, completely ignore this for 1 year, and now we're dealing with $5 million to rush to get this project done just in time, and approving $5 million with this. This is a process that I just struggle with, that we can't show the public this and say we're spending $5 million. So hopefully there's more to present to the public next week on how we're going to justify the $5 million if it is approved. But hopefully in the future we can improve this, where we can bring people along with capital projects like this rather than spring it on us in a budget process. Thanks.
Your Worship,
yes.
do you mind if I just
yes.
add? I know our staff are sitting here, and I just want to, I appreciate all the comments that are made by council, and it feels like it's being sprung upon and a big surprise, but to defend our staff just a little bit, most of these items have been included in different areas in prior years and just been on that unfunded list. The grandstand roof, I think, is probably the exception, because we've just started to experience problems with that in 2018. I see Tabs nodding, so the roof would be the new one. But the other items, the washroom roof replacement, the arrival point and plaza, the irrigation, I think have all been identified in prior years, but they've always been on the unfunded list and never really been brought forward. So I think we appreciate that when you bring them all together into one list here, it's a big, scary number. Likewise, I know my colleague beside me, if you brought all the road projects from the unfunded list and add them all up, it'd be a big, huge number.
Yeah, so I want to clarify. I don't think my criticism are levied at any one individual. I think they're more levied at the fact that this says here, included in the 2018 budget, and last year's budget was 2.5%. I think that, and now we're facing the higher number, and that, I think that's where my core issue is, and I think we all know what that was about, and I'll vote accordingly. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I didn't mean to contradict, but, and in the count, I just wanted, lastly, the 1.85 roughly was in the council report. So I know staff are sitting here probably wanting to try to say something, so I just thought I'd say that on their behalf.
No, thank you for that. Councillor Kunst.
Excuse me. With the grandstand roof, is there any way that we can just defer that one till next year, or is it in such a bad state of repair that we can't do that? Because as some suggested, with the event that's going to be happening, it's likely happening in the summer, so that's not going to affect. But I do know that if you do go to a football game in the fall and it rains, there's areas where it's not a great idea to sit. So it all needs to get done. So I'm not sure yet how I'm going to divide them out. So anyway.
So on the roof, where does that stand? Is it at a point where it can wait a year, or is it?
Your Worship, on our priorities, it would probably be more important than holding the games, because if you have a roof leaking for a year, it usually causes understructure and damage. That being said, though, there's a complication with the roof, in that the roof, and this is by way of illustration, is half roof and half skylights. This budget is to actually replace and make watertight the roof and the skylights. One option that would bring the price down considerably would be to say, replace the skylights with hard surface roof. If that was to be the case, that might lower the amount by, well, we can ask staff, by a significant amount, maybe $500,000, but then it would not have the same aesthetic appearance. It would be a solid roof without the skylights. And we're talking skylights, they're not individual skylights. They run the whole length of the roof. It's kind of solid, translucent, solid, translucent, solid, translucent. So.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Long?
Sports tourism is huge in the Langleys. Today we announced the New Holland Canadian Junior Curling Championship that's going to be coming here in 2020. So this is not just 2 weeks in the year, which keeps being repeated, and I don't appreciate hearing that, because this facility services a whole whack of people. You got the football teams with the Rams, multiple soccer groups. I don't know if Ribfest is going to be there again next year, but Ribfest has been held in the area. Ball, which is not just, there's different kinds of ball that is played there, backed by SPN, slow pitch, and there are many other new opportunities that probably will come over the years. It's a very a facility that I'm very proud of, and the roof is 15 years old, so I'm not saying it shouldn't have lasted longer, but there it is. It's not like it is 15 years old, so it probably is time for replacement. I like to see the whole thing as one, because I think that supports sports tourism, and I would gather thousands of people that use the facility each year. It's something we need to be proud of. It has Langley written all over it, and I'm glad that Mr. Winsley clarified a little bit that even though this is a new on today's budget or this year's budget, it has been lingering around for a little bit longer. It's too bad we don't have a map that shows the whole facility, because it is really something we should be proud of when you look at the whole thing. And like has been said, the parking and arrival points, I think, has been long overdue, because I know that you have to park on the roads there. Anyway, I'll be supporting it, and thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Richter?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out a couple of things. Mr. Backen just said we could bring the cost of this roof down if we did a solid roof, but this cost estimate is based on replacement of the roof system and installation of a deck overlay board. The skylights will be replaced with a roofing system, not a new skylight system. And that's on page 436. The other thing I wanted to point out is, if this roof is in such a critical condition, why was it on the unfunded list? Because it was. Look at page 38. It's unfunded. So I don't understand now why it's critical to fund it.
Thank you.
So, Your Worship, again, I guess I know enough about little bits and pieces that I can try to answer that, and staff, correct me please if I'm wrong, but because the roof was just recently identified, I think in late 2018, and the budget has begun to be prepared in 2018, I think this is one of the topics that's probably been emerging. So that original description that was written, that the councillor just read, I think was the original thought, which was to do the entire roof in a solid membrane, but it was also a bit of a lower estimated number. When the further review was done and it was identified that, I guess from feedback from the community, as well as it is an award-winning facility, that we should probably look at still maintaining that translucent skylight type approval. Staff did further investigation and determined that to do that would come to roughly this $1 million number. Am I correct? Yeah. So I think the description on that page just didn't catch up with what's been happening through the budget process. But
and why
Mr.
is the
Backen is correct.
description not right?
I think it was prepared prior to the most recent, and I know staff even just in the last week or two have had further looks at the facilities. So I just want to confirm Mr. Backen's description is correct, and we apologize. Maybe the page wasn't caught up to. Correct. Nods to the heads. Yes. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you for that. Councillor Woodward.
Yeah, I'll just speak for, I think it is the last time anyway. I just, $5 million for McLeod. It's on the edge of the boundary with the Langley City, City of Langley. And if we were to say we want to spend $5 million, we have an opportunity to bid on an event, and I wasn't there when that decision was made, to bid on an event and knowing that if we get this event, we're going to have to spend, at least 4 of this 5 to host that event. I mean, and then yet it's not in the budgets for the council that made that decision to take that to the electorate. It's postponed until 4 months after an election. And now here I am faced with a decision to not support probably a very nice upgrade to a very important facility. So I'm not very impressed about that. I don't find that to be good governance. So I am definitely frustrated about that. So if I don't support some of these elements, it's not because I don't support McLeod or don't support sports tourism or don't support the users of these facilities. I agree. It's just, how do we spend $5 million with a 1 hour, half an hour discussion on one of our parks facilities? Maybe the discussion's been going on a lot longer, but for this council, the discussion has gone on for an hour. And it didn't come up at all in the council priority session, which I find very frustrating. We could have itemized or prioritized it there over other items. And so I find the process, I don't want to be a process person, I always focus on process, but this is pretty frustrating to be now having to go and somehow justify to people that we spent $5 million on McLeod. And I'm not referring to it as a 2-week event, but I'm very sensitive to that being the perception of some in the public. So I find it struggling that we're going to just commit to $5 million for McLeod on a half an hour conversation, and I don't think that that's going to change, is it, Mr. Mayor?
No, and just to be clear, we are asked, the motion will be worded such that this is going to the budget process. We're not approving it at this point. We're moving it forward, and maybe I should just comment on some of your comments. I can't recall us deliberately thinking, well, we're going to let the next council figure this thing out. I just don't recall that at all. It was quite a while ago when we made that decision to host this, and some of these things, the roof, we weren't made aware of. This council is being made aware of that now. And yeah, it may have been discussed and put in the unfunded area, some of these other things, but I don't recall a deliberate action of any member of council to say, well, we're not going to approve. We know it's $5 million, but we're not going to worry about that till later. I agree with some points that, yeah, this is a little bit of a quick decision making. We do have time because we're just referring, if this goes through, we're just referring it on to the public process. But I don't think there's anything underhanded about this. It was, this council is now wrestling with a fairly big, significant dollar figure on a fairly big, significant piece of infrastructure that we have in the township. But we'll see what happens with the votes, and there is still a process we're going to go through on this. Councillor Whitmarsh.
Yeah, I think that this is not a project that is about a track meet. That might be one of the drivers that's helped us to move it to the point where we're now considering it as being an important item, but it's been part of the discussions by staff for many years. It's been it's been on the budget list. It's been certainly something that's been considered, and there's tens of thousands of people use this facility every year. Tens of thousands of our citizens go there and use it regularly and take part in events and activities. So this is, to me, it is a lot of money for sure. But, we talk about tens and thousands of people using a road and driving on roads, and we need to fix those roads, and we do. We've talked about 208th and a suggestion there that it could be $30-40 million to fix a road that has tens of thousands of people, maybe hundreds of thousands driving on it. And we get those kinds of numbers of people using this facility. And so for those people who don't do sports and don't participate and don't go to any activities, they might think that this is a waste of money. But there's people that don't drive 208th Street and think that that might be a waste of money. So what we have to, as a community and as a council, we have to look at all the facets, whether it's roads, sewer, water, and sports and fine arts and other activities that benefit our community that hundreds of thousands of people use and go and participate. Just the RivFest alone, just looking at the numbers of the people that went there alone in one event was significant. So this is far bigger than a track meet, and we have to get, I think, out of our minds that this is something to do with a track meet. This is a very significant event that's coming for sure, but we have significant events every week that happen there. We have football and softball and soccer. They go on all the time, and we have many of our citizens using these facilities. So we need to think really big and recognize this is a significant, and on top of that is the economic benefit of the number of people that come into our community, stay in our hotels, go to our restaurants because we have these kinds of facilities. And it doesn't matter to me that it's on the edge of Langley City. That's not a concern for me because this is actually in the township, regardless of where in the township it is. It's a great location, and I think we need to look to support it. It hasn't been something that's been a surprise, and councils will always deal with things that come up from previous councils. That's part of being on council, and so I think this is a great thing, and I think we should be supporting it.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson.
I don't want to repeat what Councillor Whitmarsh has already said. I mean, the reality is that, you know, as far as priorities, you know, there's not the fire truck wasn't a priority. So the dump truck wasn't a priority in our priorities. All sorts of capital and other items weren't part of our priority session, you know. And, you know, criticizing other councillors, you know, in the past, you know, I was told a long time ago that's not a good way to go forward. That's history. We can't change history. We've got to move forward. You keep talking about one event. It's for the future of the facility and for the future. So that's what we're planning for. We have to look ahead for the future. It's unfortunate the roof didn't last as long as we thought it would. That's unfortunate. You can't change that as well. I know, Mr. Mayor, you said you wanted to break it down to item by item. That's fine too. I think there's an opportunity to move forward here on this, and you know, it's you know, you have to go through these particular situations where every particular line entry in every budget we go through is important, and this is another one. Staff have brought this back to us and explained how they're going to do it. I think that's important because they've identified as something that's important as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Oh, Councillor Davis.
Well, are we going to be able, when we vote, are we going to be able to talk about each line?
Well, I'm hoping we can do the talking now if you have something to talk about rather than.
I think I figured it out.
We can move along. Yeah.
I think I've solved it. We have to come to a happy medium here, and we only have so much money. So, the $250,000 in the sprawling and structural repairs, that's already in.
That's funded.
Okay.
Yeah.
We got to put a roof on this thing, but let's get a warranty. Okay. We have to put a roof on a washroom, or the ladies will be giving us heck. Okay. And if we don't, the place will fall down if we don't. The arrival point, and I know I've heard Councillor Whitmarsh, I understand, but you know, there's a lot of parking there. If we avoided that 1.9 million, that's a dress up. Well, it's a parking lot. I don't want to get into that argument. If it's in the summer, this is old Langley thinking, but can we park on the grass? I know that's crazy, but no, I guess we can't. But for one point, we can take almost $2 million out of this thing and still get what we need. And this Javelin area, 63,000, grass grows in 21 days. Can we not get somebody out there with a garden hose or a fire hose and water the damn thing so that it's green when the event is on? And the McLeod Park and Field improvements, that's something that's obligated. We got to do that because it's a performance thing for the tracks and everything. But so that's how I'm going to vote. I think I don't think that we're going to be looked at as a bunch of hillbillies because we don't have a nice place to park 250 cars. I think that in the past we've there's been sporting events, and I'm not throwing away the economic value, but when something like that big comes on, people seem to be able to get there, whether or not there's enough parking. And I just think that, I don't know, it's $2 million. Anyhow, thank you.
Your Worship, just a point of clarification. I totally respect Councillor Davis's comments, and there are certainly a lot of parking stalls there that may not be needed. But do note the ticket booth, and more importantly, the disabled access. The challenge we face with hosting a national event is we may have one of the few facilities that doesn't have the necessary disabled access. So there may be a happy medium between those, but you can imagine the implications if someone who's disabled wants to attend and can't access the facility because there aren't the proper parking spots or the proper access through the plaza.
Yeah.
Is that a fair summary, Mr. Winslade, in terms of what you've heard about that? Or
Yeah, I'm looking to Mr. Buckner and group, but they're nodding.
But, I mean, I understand that. Point well taken. But can we not just put a slab of asphalt there so that there's 30, 25 spots and the booths there, so that that can be totally reserved for?
Well, that's correct. It could be scaled back by removing some of the parking stalls. My point was the entry plaza, the drop-off, the disabled washrooms, the things that go along with that are the complication to what you said. Certainly you don't need the parking stalls. You could have a very much small entry area. I'm simply saying that there is that other element that would make that number lower, but it may not bring it to zero.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thanks. Any other discussion on any of these
We're going
points?
to be able to see the other side of the property, of the tax before we voted on this. Is that okay still?
Yeah, we could. I'm just going to, I got a couple questions first on this one. Then I'll answer your question. Are there any opportunities for grants? And I know at this point, we wouldn't know that. We have to bite the bullet if we're going to approve these lines. And then at a future date, staff, if there is something, grants that would come in and assist. Has staff explored any opportunities for grants for this sort of thing from any level of government?
Yeah, not at this point, Your Worship. Grants for these events are somewhat remote. There is some potential for sponsorship, such as naming of the event.
Not for the event, but for the capital infrastructure. We're making some improvements here.
It would technically qualify, but it would then have to displace other priorities that we would then have. And right now, as you're aware, we have certain priorities for, say, the museum or other sorts of things that come under the Canada Infrastructure Grants. So it's not likely to be successful, and also the nature of the grant. If there was to be a grant, it wouldn't be for replacement of the roof. It would be for some new piece of infrastructure, and it's very hard to rank a parking lot or the plaza up against other cultural facilities.
Fair enough. I just thought we had to ask that question. And the other thing I wanted to ask is these line items, the amounts are kind of budget envelopes maximum. And I think there's been a lot of discussion around the plaza, the arrival point, and lack of detail. Would there be an opportunity for council, and if this passes, I'm saying, I don't know. It depends on what council does with the $1.9 million. We say, well, that's what we've approved. We're not going to go $1.9 million $1. We're going to go 1.9 or less. Will there be an opportunity for council to have a look at more detailed design and see if there are savings down the road? But I know it's difficult to do in such a short order.
Well, that's correct. We can certainly advise in terms of how the process is going and what it looks like if this gets through the budget process and is in fact something council authorizes.
Okay, so there'd be more opportunity for council to be involved in this, or to be aware. That's right. I understand. Okay, and Councillor Woodward asked if we could maybe move on to the other piece. So we're going to hold this. We have no motions on the floor yet. We've had good discussion on that, so we'll at one point just go to the voting on this, but maybe we can go to the other piece and then go through some motions. Thank you. Oh, there's another piece coming. This is it. I've got mine someplace. And I have it. Here it is. I'm losing that phone all the time. Keeps falling. These pockets are breaking. All right.
So this is the other side of the going back and sharpening the pen and getting a bit aggressive with revenues and looking for savings. Moving the positions out to start July 1st instead of January 1st. It's scaled 3 police officers down to 2 and started them October 1st. It's left the contributions to capital whole. And we've identified a few additional sources of revenue. Increased the growth from 1.5 to 1.75. And this starts at the top, right under the word total, with the original 7.44%. And with all of these changes, brings it down to 4.95%. At the bottom, you'll be able to see, Councillor Woodward, the other half of the 500 investment earnings and the other half of the PAM savings.
Actually, I didn't get one of those. I thought I had the other document. Sorry. Sorry for that. Thanks. So the discussions that we had on Monday were, Councillor Woodward had brought up the growth 1.5 to 1.75. There were some other things like that. There's also not staging, but realistically, a lot of those new hires are coming in at different times of the year, and the police would be coming in October, and I think if Superintendent Power did everything in his power to get it accelerated as fast as possible, that's probably a realistic time when they actually would land here, and maybe even optimistic. So I appreciate you doing that, and it showed where we can reduce the percentage tax increase to something under 5%. I've been chatting with mayors and councillors throughout the region when I go to different meetings, because a lot of them have done their budgets already. It's done, and I'm hearing all kinds of numbers, and I think average it seems to be landing around the 4 to 5%. Some are talking higher, some are talking lower, but everyone's complaining about the 1.2, or for us it's 1.22. For everybody it's something different, but for the employment health tax, I'm certainly hearing that, everywhere. So that thing we're stuck with. But I do appreciate you bringing this back to us based on our comments, and I'm going to open up for any questions that council have for you or for any of the staff regarding this. Councillor Whitmarsh.
Just a couple of questions. The payroll tax is not on this sheet?
No, the payroll tax was already part of the 7.44. The starting percentage at the top, just under the word total. So on Monday night, we got down to 7.47 actually. And since then, one position that had some offsetting grant funding has fallen away because we're not going to get the grant funding. So that tweak caused it to go from 7.47 to 7.44. So that the health tax and the wage contracts and all of the things we talked about on Monday are all built into the 7.44.
Okay. So now, did we not talk about the health tax being sort of around a 2% at one point?
It's 1.95% of payroll. So if you had a $100,000 or $1 million payroll, the health tax is 1.95% of that.
I see.
Yeah,
Okay.
but it equates
it's
to about
1.22 of our overall budget.
It affects our budget 1.2.
That makes sense. Okay. The other, just so I understand, where we've adjusted these positions, the ones that are starting in July, and so we've adjusted the budget. As we move into the 2020 budget, we would have to make an adjustment for that, because now there'll be, of course, full year positions.
Correct. We'd have to annualize them.
We'd have to annualize it. Okay. And the last thing, on this reducing to 2 regular members, is that in conversation with Superintendent Powers?
No.
No.
Not yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he's not aware of that,
Unless
unless he's watching the camera.
Historical discussions have asked in terms of what would be workable for that. And of course, the superintendent would be cautious to say he'll work with whatever council provides. 4, 3, or 2 were numbers that he felt historically that could be satisfactory, but again, it may lead to a need for a catch-up later. It depends on growth and the issues in the community. So it would not be a surprise, but I would also have to be cautious to say, I don't think it'd be the recommendation. I think the recommendation would be for 4 or something more. but it's a matter of trying to fit within the overall budget parameters.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Does anybody else have any questions, concerns, want to talk about it? So, Ms. Sinclair, what will be the next step now in the process? I don't see any other questions on this. So, the next step in the process now, we've seen this. I know we do want to get this out to the public and get their input before it comes back to us, and we have more discussion. So, several motions have to happen to give direction. So, okay. So we're moving that this be taken to the public. Councillor Long moves it, seconded by Councillor Ferguson. And so I'm going to open it up for...
Where does the map stuff go?
Oh, okay, we're going to do that.
Yeah.
So do we need to do that? We can do that separately. It doesn't have to be first or second, or it should be...
I would think it should be first, then
First, okay.
then the motion to take it to the public would be as amended.
As amended with this. Okay, so we'll do that. Sorry for that. So we'll etch a sketch all of that. You know, one of those things. And we'll go to we're going to go back to map. Are there any other... I want to make sure I don't miss any steps. So Ms. Sinclair, Mr. Backen, any steps that we need to do? Or right now we go to map, and then we go to moving the budget to the...
Yep.
Okay. So we'll go back to this, and we've had a great discussion. So I'm now going to ask for a motion for all 6, and then I'm going to divide it into 6. So I think we can do about one motion that's all divided. So the motion would read, maybe Madam Clerk could assist, is
No,
to...
we need to do 5.
Or 5?
Because the 250 is already...
250, yeah. But we still need approval. We still need a motion for that, so. I believe so, yeah.
Thank you, Your Worship. So the motion would be to bring them all to inside
Okay.
from the outside,
Take it,
and
yeah.
then to take it to public consultation.
Thank you. And because the first item is already funded from capital, we still need a motion for that because it's outside. So we're going to move all of them, but we're going to vote on each one, okay? So I think it was... So moved by Councillor Ferguson, second by Councillor Whitmarsh. So I'm going to start with number 1, which is the $250,000, and I'm going to call a question unless there's absolutely a desire to talk about it. B1. Okay, this is number 1. Did you wish? It carries with Councillor Richter opposed. So that's the number 1. Number 2 is the $1 million for the grandstand roof. I'll call the question on that. Carries with Councillor Richter and Councillor Arneson opposed. And now we move on to the washroom roof replacement for $50,000. Call the question on that. And that carries with Councillor Richter opposed. And we move on to McLeod Athletic Park Arrival Point and Plaza for $1.9 million. I'll call the question on that. And that carries with Councillor Richter, Councillor Arneson, Councillor Davis opposed. We move on to the Javelin Area Irrigation. Call the question on that. And that carries with Councillor Richter, Councillor Davis opposed. And we move on to the McLeod Athletic Park Track and Field Improvements of $1.85 million. And it carries unanimously. Okay, so we've done that. So now we need to move the budget of 4.95 as amended to the public process.
Possibly one item that we haven't dealt with is the motion on the $20 million of borrowing. I didn't know if...
Okay, thank you.
No motion on that one?
No motions. Anybody wish to provide any direction on that? I don't see any direction come for that, so it's status quo. So the motion would be to take this to the budget process for the public as amended, or whatever the wording is going to be by Madam Clerk. And that's been moved by Councillor Whitmarsh and seconded by Councillor Long. And so any discussion on that? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Oh, do you wish this? Okay, and council vote. Push you. Oh, there you are. Davis, Councillor Davis.
This is so that we can put it out in that room.
That's right.
And have everyone look at it.
Yeah.
They give their yays and nays and all the stuff they want to. We have another look at it, and then we can move on and change it as we will or whatever.
Do you have the slide for the next steps, the dates, just so we have that in front of us? That's a good question, and just so we have an idea of, there are several steps that have to happen before, what, May 13th? Is that the next step? So we are at the, so February 11th, No, I haven't yet. No, I'm just want to get some. I'm just answering questions. So, Mr. Backen, or sorry, Mr. Clare. So February 11th is. Still need that.
February 11th would be where we bring back the responses to the Q&A, typically, or unless we disperse them a different way.
Okay. Okay. So what we can do this part now, and then the other part on. Okay, and we'll get into that. And then February 12th, public consultation period, 19th and 20th, open houses, and then 25th, results come back to council, and then the bylaws, and we have more time to discuss and amend and all sorts of things. Then is that correct? And then it goes through the, I mean, that's the ideal timeline.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that more can't happen in between.
That's correct.
So, okay. Councillor Long?
I'm confused then. What will we be doing on Monday? Going over it all again?
No, sorry. A bunch of questions were asked on Monday night about the operating and capital, and we've put them together in a, we haven't completely finished. There's still about 4 left to answer.
Would that potentially affect the motion then? Hopefully not.
No, I don't think there's anything to affect. It's answering
Just some
questions.
clarification, I guess.
It's clarification, yeah, and then we'll go to public.
Okay. Thanks. And what about the online? Is this also going to go online with our
website, simulator?
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
And that would be after Monday, I guess.
Yes. Yeah.
So in other words, we're going to pass this tonight, but it needs to be ratified on Monday, or Monday's just some clarification point.
Monday was just for if we needed another meeting to go over this.
Worship, that is actually optional because we could circulate the answers by way of memo or email or whatever. So council has that process going forward because the budget is coming back. There's only going to public consultation.
So that's a good question.
It's really what works for council.
Do we have the meeting or not?
So let's. So that document doesn't affect the budget, sending it to the public. So we could deal with this, and then perhaps we can have a little chat about the document that you have there, okay? That helps? Okay, thank you. All right, I will call the question. And it carries with Councillor Richter opposed. So the document that you have, I know you provided me with one that could be just tonight, and I really haven't had a chance to look at it. But it goes over some of the questions that are asked. And so if we wanted to distribute it, does everybody have it?
I have a stack of
If you want to
here.
distribute it now,
Sure.
and then council can just take a look, and we can take it with us and then come back. Yeah. Sure. Yeah, I know. So I'd say that's exactly what I'm saying. It's exactly what I'm saying. I'm just asking for it to be distributed to you now so you can have it to take home with you. And then we'll come back and if there's any discussion. So Mr. Backen, on Monday, we do have some time allocated early. We could start early and go over this, but if we don't, we can carry into our afternoon meeting. It's all one part of the afternoon meeting, or is it 2 separate meetings?
2 separate meetings, Your Worship. So we have a 12 o'clock discussion, and then we have a 2 o'clock meeting starting. So with the 12 o'clock discussion is a meeting. However, so it's council's option as to whether they wish to proceed with the 12 o'clock option with a lunch at 11:30, or whether they simply wish to start at 2.
Okay, so I'm going to ask council that if we can start at 12, the afternoon looks pretty heavy. I'm just wondering if we start at 12, or is that going to upset things?
We wouldn't be starting that.
Okay.
We can't start the other meetings
Okay.
until 2 in any event.
Okay. So does council want to go over this at 12 o'clock, or do you think just having this, reading it, and then if you have any questions, we can do it another time? Or we proceed on Monday at 2 with the regular meeting?
I think that's fine.
Okay. Everybody okay with that? No? Okay.
There's still, just for clarification, there's still 4 or 5 questions that I still have to get answers to.
Sure.
I will send them out as soon as I'm done.
Sure. So this is a good starting
You'll
point.
notice they're in there. The questions are in there, and they say answers still to come.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
So this is a good start. We appreciate that. I think this will be sufficient. So we will just dispense with the 12 o'clock meeting on Monday, and we will go directly to 2.
And also no Friday, no Saturday.
No Friday, no Saturday. We're done. Yeah.
Start at 2 on Monday.
Start at 2 on Monday for our regular meeting, afternoon meeting.
Great.
Okay, so I need a motion to terminate.
Termination.
Councillor Davis, seconder. Councillor Kunst, all those in favor? Opposed and carried. Thank you very much, council, for staying. And thanks to our public for coming out and, and staff. Thank you.